Welcome to Pavullo. It's a beautiful day here. It's a finale of the Sailplane Grand Prix, Series 11. And before talking about today, let's go for the highlight from yesterday's race.
And welcome to the Sailplane Grand Prix. We are day 5, race 2, and we are with Brian. What about the weather today, Brian?
The difficult situation today was moisture in the air. We had a forecast of a lot of showers, low cloud base, and overdevelopment. So we had a shortish race going to the south from Pavullo.
But at the end, we can see that we are just before the start, like 20 minutes before, and the gliders, the pilots are really high, 2,500 meters. So it was a bit more optimistic than expected?
Only on the ridges here, and that was before the overconvection, when the moisture started to turn into showers as the temperature rose.
Okay, and today the start was with a limiting 1,700 meters, and you can see that it was a pretty smooth start for the pilots, with Didier Hose from France leading, but also Alberto Cironi. But there was a bit of concern because you can see the altitude of the pilots is lower and lower, and we had some doubt if it was a day which was possibly cancelled at the end.
But luckily, they all quite quickly got into gear for flying low down, and they found their way through the low hills towards the first big ridges and to the first turning point.
At one point, we are losing 2 pilots, so Lucas Indarzik and Giorgio Galetto, but the other groups of pilots are able to reach the big valley, but you can see the weather, it's difficult.
Yeah, overdevelopment and very weak thermals and a low cloud base made it very difficult to take the first 2 turning points.
But still they are able to reach the second turn point with Sebastian Kawa and Alberto Cironi, but you can see altitude again is quite low. And then Thilo is making the show.
And Thilo pulled away, and he just pushed on, lower, running the ridges in a very, very determined fashion.
So Thilo is leading, followed by a group of glider pilots together, and they want to reach some altitude for the next key point.
And it is this point that Sebastian really made a big leap. He moved towards the ridges and flew a longer distance, but along the edge of the ridges, and he started to catch up with Thilo.
And it's also interesting to see that Stefan Langer was making a complete different route to the north and catching a lot of altitude.
And Sebastian joined the group he had previously been behind, but he went immediately into 2 meters climb. And this was much better thermal than the other guys, and it brought him above them almost immediately.
And at the end, Sebastian is just before Stefan Langer, who is a bit behind and below, and he will secure a win for today.
Sebastian was first to finish, and he was closely followed by Stefan Langer.
So we are just with Stefan Langer crossing the finish line, followed by Thilo Oligos on 3 Victor, and you can see also Alberto Cironi.
And Claire asked Sebastian when he landed what he was thinking about at the time when he was behind Thilo and Thilo was pulling ahead, getting lower and pulling in front of all of the other gliders in quite a spectacular way.
He gave us a lesson on the first leg, yes. And he followed the mountains, and he was faster than the gaggle trying to climb. So on the way back, I decided to do the same. I don't know why, but after the first turn point, I was able to catch up with the front. Because initially I wasn't lucky enough. We had a bad patch in the middle of the first leg. And there was a ridge, and I don't know that area. I've been there for the first time in my life, so I don't know these mountains. But the decision that made me win was to jump to the one ridge left on the way back. And because there were fresh clouds, and the path that Thilo decided to go, more straight, was already in the shadow. So I, flying in the good air, was able to, although I did some kilometers, I was in a better altitude at the last thermal, and I got 2 meters and they had not so much, so that made me win today. But I don't know what Stefan Langer was doing because he was very close.
And the winner today, a really excellent flight, it entertained us terrifically towards the end, was in his Ventus 3 from Poland, Sebastian Kawa.
give a kiss.
Well done.
Well done.
Sebastian.
Grazie a voi.
Well done, Sebastian.
I hope you enjoy the highlight from yesterday. The race was really fun with great finish. And now to talk about today, we are with Brian, competition director. Brian, could you tell us a bit more about today's program?
Morning, Claire. We have a nice day. After all the days that we've been struggling to work out how to make the best of the weather at last is making it easy for us. And we have a forecast of a light wind. We have cumulus, cloud base probably about 2,000 meters or on average. And so we make a race 300 kilometers going to the northwest, and then we come back past Pavullo to use the line of the mountains and the convergence down to the southeast and then back to the airfield for finish. And we're expecting a fast race, and we're expecting a longer race today.
That sounds absolutely lovely. Could you tell us a word about the virtual?
I think that the virtual guys are doing well, and they got a French winner yesterday, so that's a nice change. And we can see that in the virtual, the first 3 places keep changing. So that's quite exciting for them. They have 2 more days of racing, so it's still anybody could win it. Yeah? So we keep our eyes on that to see how they finish.
Thank you, Brian. It was Brian, competition director.
And welcome to this Sailplane Grand Prix in the studio. Thank you to Claire and to Brian for all these hints and information from this morning. You enjoyed the highlights from yesterday with a big back. I would say Cava is back. Sebastian Cava from Poland. He made a beautiful win yesterday. And today is, as Brian and Claire was explaining, it's nice. It's a really nice day. Finally, we have a really nice day. It was completely blue this morning. No high clouds, nothing. So from the day one, from the hour one, I would say, the sun was shining to the ground and heating up and heating up. As usual, we were checking the satellite picture a few minutes ago, and as usual, it was blue except out of where they are flying today. It was only blue here, and everywhere else it was already cumulus. So the cumulus finally came a bit later on the area of the race, but we will have definitely a really nice day with the pilots in the air. We don't expect any rain today, so we don't expect any difficulties like yesterday for the pilots. And you saw that yesterday was a bit tight result for some pilots on the finish line. So I will focus first on the result of yesterday. If we can check the 3D view, Remy, so I can explain. Yeah, thank you. So Sebastian Cava finally made a win after race 1 where he made a big fail, and he explained why yesterday to Claire in the interview just after the finish. And but Stefan Langer made a strong also second place, so he's in a strong lead for the overall score, but we will talk about this in a few minutes. And third made Tiloga Oligos, and there was some really tight finish, and I will focus on Juliet Golf and Mike Alpha, so Eric Borgman and Alberto Cironi. If you follow the race from yesterday, you saw that Eric Borgman had to I would say to step down a bit and reduce the speed, and Alberto was pushing and pushing and pushing, but at the end you can see that he has some penalties on the right part of the screen. He has 16-second penalties, so Alberto basically was pushing a bit too much on the finish line, and he crossed the finish line. He flew a bit below this threshold of 900 meters, which was the minimum altitude there to deal with. So this made him a bit of penalties, and that's why even if he crossed the finish line before Eric Borgman, at the end for the daily result, he is a bit behind for just few seconds, 13, sorry. And we have the same issue with Lukas Grabowski, so Papa and Mike Young. Mike Young, so 7 and 8 on the daily score. And again, Mike Young was a bit in the front, but at the end he pushed a bit too much. And he was below the 900 meters minimum altitude, so he gets 36 seconds penalties, and this made him, I would not say behind, because if Mike was with no penalties at all, I think they should have exactly the same flying time. So I don't know who have been 7 or 8. I don't know exactly the rules when we are a tight finish like this, but they finished in the same seconds. You have to imagine on the ground here, when they passed over on the finish line, they were exactly together in the same second after 2 hours of race, which is just impressive how tight it can be. So now we can talk about the overall score. So the total score, we get now the total score coming in few seconds. Thank you, Sebastian, and thank you, Remy, for managing all the views I need. Yes, please, Remy, if you can go back. Yes, perfect. So Stefan Langer is obviously a clear leader for now with 18 points, and he's followed by Sebastian Kawa from Poland with, I would say, back in the race after a big fail for him on the race 1, which was just 2 points for Sebastian Kawa. And Alberto Cironi has the same amount of points as Sebastian Kawa, so 12 points total, but he's third. And there is just a simple rule. If Sebastian Kawa made a win on a day, a daily win, and Alberto Cironi just made not a daily win, even if you have the same amount of points, the guy who made a daily win is always with a better ranking. So it's clearly Stefan Langer 1, clearly Sebastian Kawa 2, and clearly Alberto Cironi 3, even if Alberto has the same amount of points as Sebastian. And the same for the 4th and 5th place. So Mike Young from Great Britain and Klaus Kalmbar from Germany. Mike Young made better results on the first day, like I think he finished second with 8 points. And Klaus Kalmbar did not make any second place. He made 3rd or 4th and not better. So that's why Mike Young is clear 4th and Klaus is clear 5th. Let's talk still about Thilo Hollighaus and Eric Borgman, so the 6th and the 7th and 8th, Maximilian Seys. All these guys between the second place, so Sebastian Kawa, and the 8th place, Maximilian Seys from France, all these pilots are in 6 points difference maximum, which is big and a lot and nothing in Grand Prix. And so we clearly have already this kind of pack group of pilots. They are really close in the overall ranking as a number of points. And just with 1 or 2 points, you can have a big difference in the overall ranking in the next day. So we will see if some of the pilots, they are already thinking about this. Yeah, perhaps I'm a bit so far away from the first place. I can't be a clear winner, but still I can make the best I can for these podium places, so 2nd and 3rd, and the top 5. So we will see during the race if these pilots are thinking about this. I talk about that also because it's not the last race, because it's tomorrow the last race, but we are just 2 races now, and then it's over for the championship. So today and tomorrow, and it's completely over. So these guys, when they are close to the podium or on the podium, they have to think, oh yeah, I just have 21 points together. So today 10 points and tomorrow 11 points with a bonus point for the winner. But yeah, it will be tight, and I need to make the best now. And we will follow today with a nice weather how they react to this kind of conditions. Sorry? We have some pictures from John. Yeah, we have a very special reporter. Some of the pilots were very kind, and one is John Gatfield. John Gatfield is a typical British pilot, really relaxed, and he's able to share. Okay, he just made a picture in the air. He's waiting for a start. He's enjoying the day. For sure, he's not on the top places, so he has no stress, and he does not want to prove anything today. He will just enjoy the day because he thinks it's already over for his ranking in the championship. But again, it's very nice because you can see the weather. Yeah, it's now. It's just okay, and he can show you exactly where they will go today because his wing is pointing to the northwest, and the northwest will be the first turn point all the pilots will make, and we can see already some really nice cumulus. For the non-pilots, I explain the cumulus. Each cumulus means below the cumulus a column of warm air, rising air. and so the pilots will circle below this cumulus to gain altitude. So when a pilot, in a glider pilot, see a cumulus, he has a happy face at the end. This makes him happy and comfortable. Yes, I will get something there. So thank you, John, for this kind of pictures, and I think he will make from time to time more pictures like this. If we just can go back a little bit to the overall score, I want to talk about the guys who have also 0 points, and it's important. One of the unfortunate is Giorgio Galetto with 13. All these guys, they have 0 points and they are the same place at the end. But Giorgio Galetto is 13 on Yankee, and Giorgio should have 5 points, but he had so much penalties on the day one that he finally is in the 0 points club. But he's one of the guys who has a lot of experience. He's Italian pilot, so he knows a bit more the area, even if it's not a usual area the Italian pilots are using normally. They are flying a bit more south or a bit more north, but this area is less used. But still, he's one of the local pilots, and I know that he wants to show that he knows how to fly in this area. But we have also some other strong pilots like Didier Haus. Didier Haus was a world champion in a Grand Prix in 2015 in France, in Sisteron, during a final. He's a really great pilot from France, specialist for mountain area, and he still has no points at all. And I think yesterday was difficult for him to make perhaps the good decision because it was really flying low. But today, in a more standard day, perhaps he will show that he is the champion we know. Peter Krejcik, also with 18 for now, from Czech Republic. Peter has a tremendous, great experience from everywhere around the world, and I think we have to check these guys today also, because again, these are the 19 best pilots we are here, and this is great time we have to follow them. So we will now talk about today, and as usual, we had some questions. We try to prepare the morning which kind of question we want to ask to the pilots on the grid, and it was really interesting because on the grid, just to explain you, we don't want to stress the pilots in the front part of the grid because they had to take off in the next minute. So we try to focus on the guys which are on the line 4, line 5th. And we were a bit lucky, so let's go with Claire to the grid walk to ask some nice questions to the pilots.
Welcome to the grid. It's day 6, race 3. We are halfway of the competition, and let's see if I can find some pilots to talk with. Marek? Hey. Can I ask you about yesterday? You flew really low, all of you. Do you feel more confident now?
It's hard to say if we are really more confident. For sure, you are getting used to the situation. It was low, and at the beginning, you are a little bit more afraid, and suddenly it becomes normal. But it's not safer. It just you feel it's more normal. So we have to more consciously be aware that we should always think and have in our mind where to possibly land out or start the engine so that it is safe. But anyway, yesterday it was low, but the cloud base was also low. So it means that the thermals were not that far away from each other, so it was possible to find lift quite often and slowly move forward.
Coming from Poland, did you have a lot of opportunity to train around here or in mountains area?
I often fly in mountains area, but mainly in Slovakia, where there are 2 quite large competitions each year. But here, not really. Therefore, I came a week before to train here. So I started flying here on Saturday before the competition. Unfortunately, as always, when the competition started, the condition changed completely. So we are flying in a new condition than the one that I trained.
Yes, but today will be good and more standard. We will follow you on live, and
Thank you.
I'm sure you will enjoy. Alberto, do you have a few seconds?
Yes.
Congratulations, you're in a very good place. today you will need you to mark points and Stefan not too much. Do you think it's a good race, a good weather for that?
It's difficult to reply, to answer. So now we have no cumulus, but I hope we will have. And I have to decide if push is going into attack or look in the others and be a little bit more strategic or tactic. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it depends what's happened. I will see on the air.
We will follow that live. Yesterday you flew really low. Is that usual? Did you already do that before? Yesterday? Pretty low. Is that standard, or was it your first time so low around here?
Well, some other pilots are lower than me, so I think everybody, we were low yesterday. And no, but I was quite confident. I don't know very well this area, but the climb was possible to get the thermal also at low height, so was okay.
Thank you. We will follow it. You for the race and see what you are choosing to make. Can we interview you a few seconds? Both of you.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Yesterday you were in a very good position during the first few legs. What happened?
Good question. Yeah, no, I had a very good flight yesterday. Obviously, at the beginning, I made a decision which got me ahead of the pack, and then I flew a little bit conservatively, and they caught me up. And then I was with the lead gaggle, coming to the penultimate turn, and I made a mistake. I went slightly right of track and then had to come back to the left to climb where Thilo was climbing. I was a little bit lower, and then I didn't climb well. I didn't climb cleanly. I don't know whether it was because the others were a little bit lighter, but I missed the climb and then dropped away, and then went from a good position to just squeaking back to get a couple of points.
But you're still in a pretty good position. 10 points, you have 5 pilots between 7 and 12. Do you have a strategy? You stick with them, or you try to make the difference?
It's not my style to stick with people. So if I see an opportunity to do something different, I'll do it. I just try to have a nice flight, enjoy the beautiful countryside of the Apennines. It's a wonderful place to fly. And hopefully, if I fly well, then maybe I'll be with the others, maybe I'll be doing something different, and we'll see what happens at the end of the day when it all washes out.
Let's see, Max is getting close. The first takeoff are ongoing. 2 minutes with Max. Also, you were talking with Mike previously. What were you talking about?
That is confidential. No, we were just basically mentioning that so far we've just done half of the competition, so it's everything's still open.
Do you think some pilots will start to push?
I think some pilots should start to push, yeah, including me, probably. So, yeah. I mean, Grand Prix you have to, so.
So it will be interesting to follow. See you later. Have a good flight. And finally, Sebastian, quickly. Sebastian, do you have 1 minute? Yes. You did a very good race yesterday.
Yes.
But Stefan is still on the lead. Did you expect him to be at this level?
I don't know him because I met him for the first time in this competition, so I never knew it. But there is a lot of good pilots, especially young ones, that could win the competition because technically they are good enough. But then there is a tactics, yeah. And that's the only thing that matters here. And the other thing is that you have to not be overcome by the pressure, yeah, because this is a lot of tension. We are trying to win. Everybody is trying to do the best, and the guy who is most resistant to the pressure will win.
Some pilots focus on the weather to keep the pressure down. Are you like that, focusing on forecast? And
I'm trying to analyze it, but as an experience here shows, we never know what's the weather like. It can be different than the forecasted one.
thank you, Sebastian. We will follow you very carefully today. And the first cumulus is appearing, so we will go back to the studio and follow the race live.
And we are back to the studio. Thank you, Claire, for this interview of the guys on the grid. I just want to emphasize some of the answers from the pilots. We saw first Marek from Poland. Marek is new in Final Grand Prix. We never met him before. And his first feeling was about safety. He felt at the end safe flying even a bit low in this area. But he was recognizing that it needed a bit of time and to know better the place. And he was also just pointing out that anything when you make a championship like this and you want to train before, so you come days before the championship, and you fly in some weather conditions which are always super nice. And then the start of the competition is here, and the weather is dropping to really bad. And so you know that the first day, which will be a real race, it will be completely different than what you know before. So perhaps you know the names of the mountains, perhaps you know a bit the valleys, but finally you don't know the tricks and how to win. So it's always difficult, and it's not enough to just fly the mountains. You have to fly these mountains in all the scale of different weather to more understand them. Alberto Cironi was more pointing about, he's a bit lost. He has a lot of questions in his mind for now. How to win, how not to lose, what can I do? And he's also not feeling at all as an advantage pilot being an Italian pilot, like a local pilot. He's not really a local pilot from this area, but he's not feeling that he has any advantage compared to the other pilots now. Everybody has made his experience now with really bad weather, I would say, poor conditions, and now he knows that he has no advantage at all compared to the foreign pilots. Mike Young from UK was in a mixed feeling with his flight from yesterday. Just a small mistake. He was leading, and just a small mistake was made as a bad day at the end for him, or not so good day. I think he made 2 points. But not enough compared to all the efforts he made during yesterday. And it was also interesting to see that he is not. We know that we have some pilots that are like musketeers, so they don't want to follow the others. They just want to make the best of the day. They don't think too much about the other pilots. Okay, the other pilots are just an information, and I have a lot of other informations around me. So mountains, cumulus. And these guys are around and they can help me sometime because I can see them climbing. Okay, it's great, but that's it. And I just want to make my way. And Mike is one of these pilots. We know that, and so perhaps he will make a really nice adventure today, and we will follow that. Max says was clear. Everything is possible. We talked about this overall score with all the pilots, not all, but 7 pilots packed between 12 and 6 points. And they know that they have 21 points together today and tomorrow, total 21 points. And so they know that it's now. They have to act now, and we will see some action today among these pilots for sure. So he was clear, pushing was for this bunch of pilots, and he's part of this bunch of pilots. And finally with Sebastian, it's nice to see that he is clear and very fair. He knows that the other pilots, they are really good. And Stefan is not coming from nowhere, Stefan Lange from Germany. He is a great pilot. They never met before because they were never in the same class. We have many classes in gliding, from small gliders to big gliders. And they were never in the same class, but it's just the beginning for Stefan Lange. He's 26 years old, and Sebastian Kawa is still the best pilot, and he wants to show it even for the newcomers. And the last point from Sebastian, we know that he's really a precise pilot. But we know also that being so precise, you want to focus perhaps a bit too much on the forecast, weather forecast. We have many systems online, and with experience of the pilots, they can really clearly understand how it works in this area or this area with the weather, with the wind and weather conditions. And we know that Sebastian is really picky on this kind of information, because he's also not just a competition pilot, he's also explorating pilot. He makes really huge flights around the world, and for that you need to be really precise and predict with the weather forecast. But he was pointing out that okay, here it works a bit different. It's a bit more unpredictable, especially when the weather is not so nice. And again, at the end, all these pilots they fly together at the same time, exactly the same time. They start together, and they need to finish for the best of them together. So they are in the same weather at the same time. So, okay, it's good to have more prediction and information about the weather, but at the end, the glider next to you, it will have exactly the same weather conditions. So it's more about what they can do the best from this time and these seconds in the flight, which is important. And he was playing with the tactics, so I think we will see some things today also. And Stefano is back, and I just turn my page, and we will go back to the task of today. If we can get a 3D, just to introduce the day. Hello, Stefano.
Hello. Hello, good morning.
You flew today?
No, we didn't fly because the weather situation is very nice. So the forecast is quite optimistic. We have a bright blue sky since this morning. And just 1 hour ago, the first cumulus appeared over Monte Cimone. So we expect a very fast race today.
The general situation for the wind it's weak condition for wind, or we can expect some convergence today?
Now, for sure, we will have some convergences. For sure, over the main ridge of the Apennine. So the race area is all along the northern Apennine, and the highest peak is Monte Cimone. Very close to this peak, we released our competitors for today's race. So for sure, the best day we got for this final.
Yeah, you have some expectation from tomorrow. Normally we don't talk about tomorrow. We never talk about tomorrow. But still, you have some expectation for the weather.
We expect no big change in the air mass.
So we have
so
a race.
very for sure race, and again a good day. We think yes.
Okay,
it will be
great.
Very close to this day. Yes.
Great to hear. We can go to the 3D perhaps, and we will introduce the task of today. Today's task is 310 kilometers. It's a really long task for a Grand Prix.
Yes, because the sun radiation since this morning was very good, and the air mass is exactly what we need between stable and unstable air mass. We don't have any overdevelopment, so we expect high cloud base all along the main ridge and also to the north, exactly on the first leg.
A perfect day?
Yeah, perfect day, yes.
A perfect day.
Okay, touch wood, but we expect also, yes, a fast run. And today we have a different task. So yesterday we flew to the southeast.
Yes.
So Toscana area. And now we are flying to the west-northwest end of the contest area. So a very nice areas as well. Plenty of castle. Later I will tell you about one castle.
We will show you some
on the
castle.
turning point.
Yeah. We will show you the Monte Cimone and the castle just next to the airfield. Because we want to show, I want to show today, we had this discussion before with Stefano, before the start of the competition, and we want to show you also that reality is much nicer than the 3D. The 3D we are showing you is really nice, for sure. It's nice, and it's based on data which are really nice. But still, the guys who are flying here, the guys who are living here, it's really a beautiful area. Yeah. So let's go to the start line, perhaps, just and then we can go to the first turn point. And can you make it a bit wider view? Yes. Please, Remy, the 3D. Yeah.
So 11 minutes to go.
Yeah, 11 minutes to go. So the start is just next to the airfield, a bit southwest, and they go first northwest. Yeah. So we can follow to the northwest. If they follow this leg, they will not be on the highest peak. They have to go a bit to the left. Correct?
Yes. Today this is the challenge on the first leg. Should I fly more to the south, over the main ridge, or should I fly straight on track?
Okay, so this
is but what we can see from here, from the screen, that the distance from the starting line to the main ridge is much longer.
Yeah, it is.
Compared to the distance from the first turning point to the ridge. So it may be they will fly on track on the first leg, but could be that they fly on the main ridge on the way back.
If there is a nice line of energy, there will be...
Yeah, because the line on the main ridge gives much higher cloud base compared to the, let's say, on track.
Okay. And it's interesting because you can see at the bottom of the screen, you have exactly the position of the pilots for now. And they all went to the south to check how it is closer to the high peaks. They don't stick to the start line and they don't stick to the local area of Pavullo. No, they went all to this closer to the high peaks to check if the weather is good and the conditions are nicer at the end.
Yes, but there is also probably they will not start flying on the main ridge because the starting line height, altitude is 1,800 meters.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
So that they cannot start with the altitude they have right now. So we can see that they have up to 2,400 meters, so the highest one, and everybody is almost 2,200, between 2,200, 2,300 meters. So I expect they will fly the first leg on track.
On track, okay, we will see that. 9 minutes to a start. Perhaps, Remy, if you can have the Montecimone, so the video made by Stefan Langer a few days ago. Again, we want to show you the real, even if it's not today, for sure. So the weather was much less good. This was made from the ground with a drone. This is Montecimone, correct?
Yeah, this is Montecimone from Pian di Falco, which is this plateau. And we can see that on the top we have some antennas, some facilities, buildings. This is a military area, so we have the national military weather center.
Okay.
We have 3 stations of this kind throughout Italy. One is here, one is in Rieti, close to Rome, and one of them is in Sicily, over Etna.
So this is your main network for army, for
the army, yes, but also for the civilians. But it is managed by the army. This is the highest peak of the northern Apennines, roughly some meters above 2,100 meters, and it was during the Cold War a forbidden area, because there was an European communication center here.
With encryption for codes and everything.
Yes, and they also manage all aeronautical transmission scrambled for northern Italy.
So very sensitive.
Very sensitive. There are also some legends, because it's plenty of tunnels inside.
Okay.
And during the War, the legend said that there was even nuclear bombs or missiles inside this facility.
Okay, this must be just a legend.
I think so.
Okay.
There is a lift inside the... so if from Pian di Falco, where we got the first images...
today?
Yeah, you need a special
accreditation.
Clearance, accreditation. But I think once a year they have a day, so open day, open door, and you can visit. But it's very interesting. You have this wonderful view. You can see the Tyrrhenian Sea,
Highest
and
point
also
from the area. This is the highest point.
it's the highest point
Okay.
of the Apennines. So it's a beautiful area. It's also beautiful for hiking, for bicycle rides. Really lovely.
Yeah, we have really great time here. And perhaps, Remy, if you can show us the castle. Just, I will perhaps misspell it. So the castle from here the name is just there?
Sorry?
The castle, the name.
The castle we have very close to the aerodrome is Monte Cuccolo
Okay.
Castle.
This one?
Yes, it is this one.
Okay.
This is a view from the south, and we are on the opposite side of the castle with the airport.
So these views were made, I think, last year in autumn. So that's why it's a bit, the vegetation is a bit brownish. Today it's much more green. And again, I can tell you that the pilots and the team here, we have a great time. And we enjoy the tourism in Italy and in this area, which is not normally an area where we fly a lot when we are glider pilots. So this is really great, and I know that the pilots in the air, Mike was really talking about how he enjoys to fly this area. Okay, the Grand Prix is the main task at the end, but still, just to enjoy the time he has in the air and the nice sightseeing he has in the air, it is just unique. And again, I want to point that the 3D, we are showing you the race in 3D rendering because we have no camera in the gliders. It will come in the next 10 years. I hope we have much more cameras directly in the cockpits. But today we use 3D, and even in 10 years we'll use a bit of 3D to make the race full. And this is really great, and the 3D is not enough to show you the beauty of this area.
We have also some lakes all along
You can see behind me, yeah.
This is Holy Lake. And it's, I would say, at about 1,600 meters altitude. So we have also national parks all along the main ridge.
Mm-hmm.
So for hikers, it's really a lovely place. Yeah.
Okay, let's go back to the 3D. We were talking about the first leg, and perhaps you can show now the second leg. If you can go, please, Sebastian. So yeah, we are at the turn point 1, which is it's a long distance, 91 kilometers this first leg, but we expect that we will go fast, even if we force them to start a bit below 1,700 meters, and then we force them to go a bit further from the high peaks. You expect some difficulties in this area because I see that we have prepared some map here.
Yeah, this turning point was set because if people fly too low to the first turning point, they will come out along the valley to the north.
Okay.
And these make also the race more challenging because they are a bit more far away from the main ridge, but not so much so that they may think they should fly not on track.
Okay.
So this is there is a question mark on the choice of the pilot.
Good.
So they will have some doubts.
Yeah.
And they will have to manage them.
And you explained me also before that all these kind of long and deep valleys coming from the north, they have a strong influence because they can get some moisture from the Po Valley.
Yes, the first turning point is close to the valley of Taro Valley, and we have on the south side. So we may have the influence of the Tyrrhenian air masses coming through, but probably later in the afternoon. Normally, glider pilots in this region, if the cloud base is not so high, they have to slow down, keep altitude, cross the other side, regain altitude, and then fly or race again. So it will be a crucial point on for the task of the day.
To the second turn point, just a bit fast, yeah. So okay, it's a bit lower, so it will be even if on turn point 1 they are a bit low, we can gather this second turn point. But then again, if we zoom out a bit from this view, so we can see the distance to the highest peaks on the right of the screen. If you can make it a bit, yeah. it will be far away from the high peaks for the leg coming back to the southeast. Yeah.
Yes, but as I said, if they pick the convergence, they will then regain time and average speed on the task.
Okay, so a long leg coming back to southeast, a really long one.
Yes, because if they fly the ridge all along to the lake Suviana and Brasimone, in that region they can climb higher than in the northern part of the contest area.
Okay.
So they will overfly the last or the third turning point only by gliding from the highest peak.
Okay, so perhaps a long final glide.
Yes,
okay.
Because they have a higher cloud base.
So just for 55 seconds to a start now, we can focus on the group of pilots. They are gently, so they are all on the, I would say, the right part of the start line, so behind, and they are all gently gathering behind now. We have 40 seconds before the start line. Again, the pilots, they will have to manage to be below 1,800 meters maximum altitude to not get any penalty. And we saw the day before, so yesterday and the day before, that it was crucial also to not get any penalty on the start line and on the finish line. Papa is Lukas Grabowski from Poland. You can see that he's in a position which is not super nice for him, because you can see all the pilots coming, but they are coming below. So he will manage with no big stress.
So they have to lose some altitude.
Yep.
And they have not the right to make any turn. Just they have to fly steady.
Correct, yeah. They have to fly straight. If they turn, it's only turning left. And again, they have to manage altitude and speed. Altitude limit is 1,800 meters. Stefan Langer is now crossing the start line. We hope with no extra energy. We will see that. For now, we see extra altitude compared to the normal one, but we will see. And also the speed will be checked by the referees from the recording of the flights. The data you see now are not made by the official recording from flight. It's made by what we call a FLARM, which is a safety device inside the gliders. And we have also some special trackers made based on the same technology. So there can be a bit difference in altitude compared to the real recorder, sporting recorder, which is checked by the IGC, the International Gliding Commission for sport. And that's why the numbers can be a bit different. So don't focus too much on the altitude for now. And we have, it's interesting. Can we focus a bit back, please? Zoom out.
Yes.
Because we can see that straight on, I think they go left. Yes, they go left, definitely. So we crossed the start line on the southwest part, sorry.
Yes, because normally what pilots fly in this region from Cimone is to Mount Cantiere, which is at 1 o'clock from the point of view of the racers. We cannot see the clouds, but probably they are following some clouds, and then they will reach, we can see easily at the right of the gaggle, a ridge. This is the ridge of Cantiere.
Okay, Cantiere.
Yes, and it's very good. It's not hot spot for thermals.
Okay, thank you, Sebastian, for this view. It's really nice.
And if they gain some altitude, they may still choose for the main ridge. We will see, right, in a couple of minutes.
So we started a few seconds ago. Altitude limit was 1,800 meters. And it seems to be a pretty good start. We will see if we have some penalties at the end of the day when the referee is checking the flights, recording. And you can see that still they have 1,700 meters altitude, so it's gliding good for now. There is not a lot of altitude lost after already a few kilometers down. So it seems to be a pretty good day with some line of energies, and they are clearly going towards the highest peaks because they saw that before the start it was perhaps the best area.
Yes, I've seen this morning some convergence forecast maps, and we will have not only on the main ridge convergences, but also a little bit to the north. So could be already a slight convergence.
So turn point 1 is on the top right of your screen, really close to the big table you can see every day with altitude. And you can see that for now, all the pilots decided to make a complete deroute to the left, to the southwest, instead of making it straight, because everybody tested before the start that there was some line of energies in this area, and perhaps higher cloud base, so highest amount of energy the pilots can gather to glide faster and glide further. So which is it's always the key. The highest is the best for the pilots, again and again. But still, it's not about being higher. You have to be higher than the others at the same place to be the winner. So for now, these guys, they are sticking together, even if perhaps we see now two groups forming. In the next minute, we will see that if they are really forming. It's also because perhaps Stefano, they are closer to the ground now. We can see the ground coming.
Yes, you see anyway from the image on the screen that there is a kind of plateau, and then there are some peaks. But normally, you should come a little bit high, over a little bit with some altitude over the plateau, to get immediately an updraft.
So still together.
Yes.
After the start, and not so much difference, just 100 meters difference between the highest and the lowest. And Stefan Langer is making a turn. So they are looking for the first thermal, the first good one, to gather energy.
So they are.
It's a bit messy
the
now.
sun side is the right one.
Yeah. So we have some guys turning right, some guys turning left, and there is a second group forming on the right of the screen, a bit with the 3 Victor, Tilo Legaos there.
It also means they have some clouds, so they have choices. So they are trying to get the best thermal in terms of vario.
I don't know how you feel when you make a race just after the start line. How is it when you feel the first thermal? Is there any stress for you in the cockpit? Is it a good one? Is it a bad one?
You have to get accustomed, and every race is a new. At the beginning, you feel really the stress, but then it needs some minutes. So let's say 1 or 2 thermals before
you go in the river, and it's okay.
You can be relaxed again.
So that's why you can see now that it was a bit messy with some guys turning right, some guys turning left, just a few meters difference, a few hundred meters.
Because normally, at this stage, I mean, over this ridge, you have to climb in order to get other hotspots, which are a bit higher as elevation. So they wait and they climb.
So it's clearly step by step, because they were starting from low and they are approaching a highest and highest ground.
Yes.
And they need to make this step by step to gather and gather and gather and be able to go to the highest peaks now.
Yes, so we have in the northern part of the Apennines, so to the north, we have 3 steps. So the foot step between the Po Valley and the Apennines, then the middle Apennines, and then the ridge.
Okay.
Each step has a different cloud base and also different strength in updraft.
Okay. Yeah, the lift will be better and better you go higher. Yeah. Yes, you have to imagine this kind of layer of atmosphere above the ground, and if the ground is making also difference of altitude, we have this layer which is going up and up and up, and never you have a slope like this. No, it makes some steps. That's why we have also to fly by steps and to win altitude to go to the next one a bit higher and a bit higher, and then you have on the highest peaks, and it's more like a highway, and you can push and pull all day long. We are with Papa Grabowski from Poland, and all the pilots are now between 1700 meters and 1900 meters, and I think we have 2 groups. If you can go a bit back, zoom out a bit from this view. Yeah, already some differences. We were talking before you were coming, Stefano. We were talking about some of the pilots in the overall score. They are between the second place, so Sebastian Kawa with 12 points, and Maximilian Seis must be 7th of 8 overall score with 6 points. So just 6 points between these 7 pilots. And today is not the last day. Tomorrow will be the last day. But they know that they have to do something. They have to push. They have to take the chance to make a win today.
Yes.
To be still in the
Today
race to win.
it can make the difference.
Yeah.
And now all the racers are flying to Ventasso. If I can show you on the map, is exactly there.
We will show you with a magic pen.
Yes, Ventasso, and then they will fly
along this nice ridge.
Yes, the name is Kusna Mountain. Yes,
Okay.
This should be the next choice of all the racers.
It's interesting to see that for now the leading is made by Didier Haus with Sierra Delta. And he's a typical French pilot flying a lot in the Provence Alps. So he knows extremely well how to make this kind of ridge running and to fly along. Like Thilo yesterday showed everybody what it was really nice to make ridge running. So these guys are pushing also a bit today because it's exactly their best skills and how they can fly fast to make a difference with other pilots which are perhaps a bit more conservative. They take a thermal, it makes some time to gain altitude, but these specialists from mountain area, they want to push. Mike Young is now taking the lead and is high, and he is really, really keen to make it really fast on these kind of conditions. But again, he made yesterday, he told a big mistake being, okay, he was in the lead, he made best, and then he became too conservative. So you have to keep it all day long in the best way to make the best of the day. But still, yes, this mountain here, do we have a name of this area?
They are piling, you say, Ventasso. Sorry. They are flying to Mount Ventasso.
Monte Ventasso.
Monte Ventasso. At the footstep, there is a village in altitude. And if they can climb there, they can jump over the mountain right in front of, in the middle of the screen, which is Monte Kusna. Let's see. Otherwise, they will follow the lower ridge to the northeast.
Perhaps Sebastian
northwest.
can just show us the foot of the highest peak. If you can zoom in a bit, and can you just make it here with a magic pen to show the limit of what is usable if you are higher, and below it's much more. Okay, I will show you. So there is a limit here. Above this limit, so here.
Yes.
You can have really nice ridge running.
Yes, but they will climb the ridge before.
Okay.
They will climb the ridge before.
So yeah, there is a limit here.
Yes.
And they will go to this ridge, in fact, yeah. Because they want to use this area here.
Yeah.
So still with Mike Young leading for now, 1,600 meters. No issue with altitude, you think, here? 1,600 is okay?
No, it's okay, it's okay.
He's followed by Charlie Tango, which is close Calamba, I think. I'm sorry, close. Close. I'm sorry, close, if I missed your competition call sign from time to time. Behind, we have already a chasing group with Stefan Langer and Max Sierra must be Marek Savsuk from Poland. Yeah, a big group. Alberto Cironi.
But what we see that they will not choose to fly to Monte.
No, they avoid the high speed for now. Yeah.
So they will fly straight and exactly, I don't remember the name of that mountain in front of them, but normally we fly there and try to keep again some altitude before crossing the next valley.
So will you zoom out a bit?
Yes. You see then after the last ridge, or the first ridge in front of them, there is a big valley.
Yeah. So they have to gather.
Normally it's better to climb here because the cloud base is higher compared to the other area.
So Mike Young and Charlie Tango, Klaus Kalmbar are together on the lead, but they are joined by a big group of pilots. I think Giorgio Galetto is here, Alberto Cironi from Italy, and not so far behind we have Lukas Ndarzik from Slovenia, who had a bad day yesterday. He had to use his engine just after a few kilometers with Giorgio Galetto. So bad luck for these two guys who are pushing a bit too much perhaps. And already some of a group which is now investing much more to the higher peak.
I would say it's much better here to be conservative rather than speeding up.
Okay. And we can see that they
because
all
here
wait
we got to the last highest peaks.
Yeah.
Then farther to the northwest, the mountains have a lower elevation.
I will just show you on the map. So they are in the highest peaks here and these peaks here for the other group. And you can see that there is a long valley here with a low, and they have to go there to be on the highest peaks next, or they will follow this here.
Yeah, probably exactly the last. They will probably go there. We will see.
So if you join us, it's the third race of this final Grand Prix in Pavullo, Italy. This is Series 11 of the Grand Prix. I was in the Series 1 a few years ago, long time ago, doing the scoring. So and we are in the Series 11 now. We are really happy to be in this area of Pavullo. I'm with Stefano Giorzo, who is explaining how it works here in the mountains around and depending on the weather. And you can follow us on all the social media, a Facebook page, FAI, SGP, you have a Twitter, and you have Instagram, and you have also the official website. You can follow us. We will show you in a few seconds the website address. You can follow the race. We are already, you are on YouTube, I think, so you are following us on YouTube. If you have any questions, please make some question on the chat, and we will try to answer the best we can to make you understand more how it works for this Grand Prix and what the pilots are doing. And we are on the first leg of this 300 kilometers distance race today. They go to the northwest with a first leg length of 91 kilometers, and we are for now in this first leg. Perhaps we will show you in a few seconds the distance to the first turn point. So how many kilometers left we have to do to reach this first turn point. And clearly, so we are 67 kilometers to do, out of 90. So they made already 24 kilometers with not so much effort. It was almost only gliding, and now we have already a difference with two groups. One led by Stefan Langer and Mike Young, who was the first on the lowest foot of this area on the mountain, and they gave us some nice lift. And another group which was making a bit more detour to the highest peaks, but it seems to be less effective at the end. So we'll focus now a bit more on these two groups.
It could be nice also if we can get some images of the webcams in that area.
So where is it, Seb? Well, it's exactly on the top of a mountain, showing to the top point 1. The shape of the cumulus is interesting. Can you just explain why this shape? You can see this kind of, perhaps the wind is south, is coming from the left, the wind?
Yes, from the left of our screen, we have the wind coming because we are on the sun side.
Okay.
And the cues are not spreading out, so there is no overcast skies. So I think it's pretty good today for them.
So a bit of soft wind like this, and you can see the typical shape of this cumulus is like this. It's like making like a V because of this a bit of wind like this.
Yes.
And it's nice, it's really a nice day. Thank you, Sebastian, for this view. And we will try from time to time to insert this kind of real life view to show you why they are making these decisions. So back to the race. We are with Alberto Cironi, 1,800 meters. And I think Giorgio Galetto is here also, 1,900 meters. So we start to have a leading group of pilots, also Mike Young and Stefan Langer, I think from Germany. I don't know where is Sebastian Kawa. This is a good question. Where is Sebastian? He's a bit behind. Okay. So Sebastian made it a bit more conservative. I don't know if he made a bad start. I did not focus on him on the beginning. But perhaps he made a bad start and he has to gather more energy. Again, it's a 300 kilometers distance. So even if he has lost around 10 kilometers for now, it's still completely open. And we know that he can be back to the pack like this, like we say, like Pac-Man, really, really fast sometimes. So let's focus on the leading group now. Stefan Langer is already in the lead, pushing and pushing and pushing. You met Stefan before? You knew him, this young German guy?
Yes, I flew here in Pavullo the last Worlds in the 13.5 meter class. And yes, so he knows very well the contest area and also the weather in this region.
He flew 13.5 or he flew the E-Glide at this time?
Maybe I confused. But,
yeah? You flew the E-Glide also?
Because I flew both.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I think he flew the E-Glide, yeah. And it was perhaps the perfect glider to explore a bit this area, because it was also not so nice weather.
Yes, if you have, especially when the weather conditions are bad, poor, rainy. So there is a lovely video of Stefan.
Yeah.
You can get it on YouTube, and you see his landing under the rain.
Yeah.
In Pavullo, yes.
Stefan is I think the best known glider pilot in the non-gliding community, because he's making a lot of videos on YouTube. He's a real YouTuber. He's perhaps one of the only YouTuber in gliding sport, and so he's becoming perhaps the best known glider pilot in gliding community now. But he was already on the podium in the last World Championship a few years ago in France. So he's one of the best pilots, and we know that. And but yes, you can enjoy the video from Stefan. He's flying all around the planet also, and he's making some nice videos just to explain how it works, gliding, and the fun we have in gliding, sometimes the stress we have in the cockpit also in gliding. But it's always funny videos and interesting videos, not just fun.
Stefan Langer is a young pilot, really young.
26 years.
Yes, but he had the opportunity in Germany to train a lot. He was, I think, in the Army Corps, but just for gliding. So he acquired a lot of experience in gliding. So
yeah, I heard this because I'm also living in Germany, and so from time to time I met these young guys during this military period, and a few of them on really nice nice years we had in the past. They made almost 1,000 hours of gliding in 1 year, which is just incredible. So they gave her a lot of experience, and they're flying also top competitions together. So we can see that all this training and all these skills they are sharing together, that makes potential of the German pilots really sharp, and we can see that.
We can also mention that also Sebastian Kawa, when he is a bit older than Stefan, but he had the same opportunity in Poland, and the tradition of gliding in Poland is huge.
Yes. Yeah,
and he could get in a very short time a lot of experience.
We know that some countries are really gliding countries at the end because of history. So Germany was a big gliding country because it's still the best gliding country as a number of pilots, because after the war it was impossible for them to build aircraft with engines. So they became really focused on gliders, so aircraft with no engine. And so they built up a lot of experience to make the best gliders around the world from after the war. But also Poland was still in the Russian USSR system, and in Poland was the factory to build the gliders for the whole Russian system.
Yes.
So this country is also really experienced as a glider culture, and Sebastian is coming from this culture.
Yes, so they were manufacturer of gliders, planes, and also instruments.
Yeah, also instruments. Yeah. And we are making also helicopters and a lot of things at the end.
Yes.
So for now we are in this third race, and already in the leading group we have Stefan Langer who is pushing. Alberto Cironi we was with a lot of doubt before the start and the takeoff. When he talked to Claire, it was really, I don't know if I can make something today because it's a nice day, so it's difficult to make a difference. But we can see that he's pushing hard already with Stefan Langer. And for now, Sebastian Kawa is at the end of this pack, completely behind, but higher. It took a while to make some altitude, so we will see if he's able to reach back the leading pack in the next minutes on the first turn point.
Can we see, please, the distance to the first turning point?
Yeah, distance to first turn point, 50 kilometers. Yeah. So we made already close to 50% of this leg.
Yes.
So the next mountain we can see now in the center of the screen after this valley is the next target for the pilots, I believe.
Almost in the center, the highest peak in front of them is Monte Caio.
Okay, Monte Caio.
Yes, it's also very well known for paragliders.
It's a start for paragliders?
The start for paragliders, yes, because you see the slope is very steep, there are rocks, and yes, the community of paragliders fly a lot there.
So you have clearly a ridge which is toward the south.
So the ridge is south, becoming east.
So you have this and this.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. So nice spots expected by the pilots, I believe, on the morning that when they are preparing the task of the day, they are checking on the map where potential spots will be, and all these kind of spots which are like a spoon a bit and orientated to the sun. So the sun is coming from the, I make it, yes, like this, from the left of your screen, and is going towards these rocks, and this makes heating up and potential a nice spot to get energy. Yeah, this is coming from this. Yeah. So we have a bit of poor data from this area. Mike Young is still in this pack, just a bit behind, 1,500 meters. And they are chased by another group of pilots, Yankee Oscar, John Gatfield, who sent us a picture a few minutes ago before the start. Sri Victor, Tilo Legaos is there also, around same altitude. Hermann Leuker is in the leading pack, 1,640 meters, climbing now. So they are just at the beginning of this slope, this ridge we were showing you a few seconds ago. And I think they have already some nice spots to gather altitude and energy. Yeah, so they are. Can we go perhaps to the altitude? Yes, so we can see how they are. Yeah, it's difficult, a bit of poor data, but just to show you, they are above. They are not making any ridge running for now. They are above the terrain, and they have quite a distance to the ground, so it's easy for them to catch a thermal if there is a thermal. And for sure, we don't see that on the screen because it's completely blue sky. It's nice to have a blue sky, but today for sure they have cumulus, so they are going to these spots with cumulus.
Maybe there is a webcam. Monte Caio.
Monte Caio.
C-A-I-O.
Yep. So no big difference for now. We have quite a leading group with Alberto Cironi, Hermann Leuker, Stefan Langer. I think Giorgio Galetto is also there. They are chased, but a few seconds behind only, with Lukas Ndarzik, John Gatfield from UK, and one of the Polish guy, Lukas Grabowski, is coming from the bottom left of the screen on Papa, a bit below. And Giorgio has a good day. He was really sorry. I met him on the day one. I met him after the day two also. Race one, sorry, and race two. And race one, he was really, wow, I made a mistake on the start, and it's just enough to make me out of the points. So he was, not happy. And yesterday was again difficult. He was pushing a bit too hard with Lukas and Darzik together. So I can see a happy face in the cockpit now to be the highest. Yeah, it's good. It's really good. So we are at 50% of the distance of the first leg. And I think now they will gather a lot of altitude. You were talking about this next valley, and it's a bit of distance now to reach the first endpoint.
There is still one ridge and then the big valley.
Yeah. So we need to
Yes, but this is a better ridge rather than the next coming.
Okay, so crossing now the 2,000
So it's better
meters.
to climb here.
Yeah. So it's time
if they
to
can,
invest.
but it depends. So we probably the cloud base is around 2,000 or 2,100 meters.
Stefan Langer is
because
leaving.
they continue to fly, so they don't stop much.
Not so much.
So
yeah.
it means We can't see the clouds, but probably the cloud base is
Not so high.
yeah, very close to their
2000.
altitude.
Yeah, okay. They joined the thermal at 1,600 and then now 2,000 meters, so 400 meters gained in a few minutes.
Yeah.
And now they can go to the next spots. Behind them, Yankee Oscar, John Gatfield, and Sri Victor Tilo Ligaos, who are still gaining a bit of energy. Lukas Nidarzik is also there, and Mike Young. Mike is at 1,700 meters. So they are short 200 meters below this leading group of pilots. And following. They don't want to waste too much time. So it seems
So
to be...
up to now, this is the easy part of the leg. So it will change. So.
Sebastian Kawa is joining now below this group, and he's 300 meters below. So for now he has a bit of time. He has a bit too much spared, perhaps somewhere in the beginning of the task. We will see that during the debrief of the day. Sierra Delta, Didier Ligaos is also at the end of this group. He was perhaps pushing a bit too much, making ridge running at the first time in the 21st kilometers, and now he's behind the pack. So we are crossing this Monte Caio.
Correct, Monte Caio.
Thank you. I'm French, so it's easy for me to learn Italian. And then they are crossing this valley. So what will be the next? They go to these rocks. We can see directly on
Anyway, they have no choice. Yes.
Okay.
They have to come closer to the turning point. So they are looking for some clouds, probably more to the northwest. It's difficult to judge because without hints.
So we are losing a bit of the signal, but you can see...
That's the last high ridge. Then they have to overfly the Taro Valley.
Again, they will have to gather energy on this ridge before going to a turn point?
Normally, yes.
Normally, yes.
Yes, normally.
Yeah. Between normally and Grand Prix?
Normally means if we have clouds. On blue days, it will become more difficult. But today, they are looking for cloud streets, small convergences. So it's difficult for me now to judge.
If you are in the cockpit now, Stefano, and you are joining this next peak, next ridge, and Stefan Langer is with you, and he's just pulling and going, what are you doing? You follow him, even if you have a nice cloud, or you wait and gain some altitude?
It depends what I have in front of me.
Okay.
Probably I would fly with him because being two pilots in two different gliders, we can check the air mass
easier.
Okay. So we can, if we cooperate, we can find the thermal faster.
Okay. It's a nice comparison also because many times we talk about gliding as a air sport. Yeah, it is in the air. But also these guys at the end, these pilots, they are cooperating a bit in the same way as you can see in cycling sports. Sometimes they cooperate even if, okay, they want to win. Everybody wants to win. But from time to time you have to cooperate, especially when it's not so clear what is going on in front of you to go further on the leg to the next turn point.
So cooperating doesn't mean that you follow.
No.
Yeah, you fly apart, so beside, so that both pilots are flying into a slight different air mass, and they can check if they are gliding good or better or worse.
Yeah. So we will see.
We have also to remind that all these racers, they have a special device on board, which is FLARM, which is not an anti-collision device, but also gives you some data about other traffics, in this case racers, so they can monitor altitude of the other competitors.
So you can even monitor
of the rivals.
The guys which are behind you.
In front, behind, and beside.
Okay. So like a radar to check what is going on around you.
It's a kind of radar, yes.
Yeah. So it seems that Alberto Cironi is checking for a lift, turning right, and Hermann Leuker and Giorgio Galetto are
Yes, but
turning
anyway,
left.
they are keeping the altitude. I expect that the cloud base from now on is slowly going down.
Because the terrain is also going down.
Yes, because the topography shows that the mountains are lower.
Uh-huh.
So they started yes climbing a little bit.
But you don't expect they will reach again 2,000 meters? Or
No.
it's the last time?
Maybe the last time.
Okay. And then it will go lower and lower for turn point 1 and turn point 2.
Yeah, probably 200 meters lower.
Okay. So if you join now, it's the Series 11 of the Grand Prix. We are on the final in Pavullo, Italy, in the North Apennines area. And this is race 3. The beginning of the week was really not really good for weather. So we had to cancel day 1, day 2, and day 3. And only from Wednesday on, it was we were able to make a race with the top pilots, with 19 best pilots around the world who joined this area. And we are today on a race which is 300 kilometers length, and they are on the first leg going to the northwest. And this first leg is 90 kilometers distance. And they are now closing really closer and closer and closer to the first turn point. So in a few minutes, we will have a turn point 1 reached by all these pilots. And for now, we have a leading group with Stefan Langer, who is also leading the overall score for this final. So he's on the right part of the screen with Hermann Leuker, Hotel Lima, also a German pilot who is flying with, they are flying together. And then we have Mike Yankee on the left part of the screen, Mike Young from UK. Juan Lima, Gilles Navas from France is here. He's one of the pilots we expect to make some points today because for now he still has 0, I think. Mike Alfa, Alberto Cironi from Italy, who is also leading with 12 points in the overall score, so 3rd place. And Mike Sierra Marek Savsuk from Poland, who is also here to show that he can make something of a day. These guys are all in the leading group. And we have Charlie Tango. Hey, Klaus Kalmbar. Klaus is always, every day he was, I would not say the winner and not spot on, but every day Klaus is here. So he show again that he can make the best, and he's really clever, making a bit different things. He's not a follower. He's a leader. He's sometimes trying some different things. Really clever pilots. I know that he gave her a lot of experience from all around the world. And this is also the key when you need to adapt to a new environment like in Pavullo. All these pilots, they don't know really the place. Even the Italian pilots, we ask them and they say, no, normally we don't fly here, so I don't know really. So nobody has any advantage. And after 3-4 days flying here, we don't see any Italian pilots having any advantage to be just Italian. It's not enough. And so all these pilots are making the best based on the last days they made. And today is a really nice day, nice clouds, no overcast, no showers everywhere. So we are really what we call a standard day. It's not so high, 2,300 meters before the start, closer to the high mountains. And they just made a few minutes ago 2,000 meters because the terrain is lower and lower and lower. So the layer they can use with altitude is also lower. And we are closing, I think, just 10 kilometers, or 20 kilometers from the turn point 1 now. Perhaps we can show a bit behind if we have a chasing group. Yes. Clearly, we have a chasing group which is higher, led by Thilo Legaus from Germany, 3 Victor, and there is John Catfield, our special reporter from the flight. Perhaps he will send you pictures from time to time. And I can see also Giorgio Galetto, who made a bit different, and now he's behind, but higher, 100 meters higher. So I don't see big advantage even for the leading group because they are much lower compared to the chasing group. So just a question of time, but altitude, I think it's quite equal. And behind for now, we have, not a surprise, but Sebastian Kawa made, I would say, for now, a bad start. And so he's behind, he's high, he's okay, he's no problem. But still, he must scratch a bit his head, thinking about what to do to gain and to reach back these guys.
No, they have to glide right now, so I expect they will glide another 200 meters at least before climbing again.
So they are reaching now the
So
next
crucial
peak, yeah.
will be climbing exactly before the first turning point. I think that will make the difference.
So 1,400 meters, no safety issue. It's not a problem.
It's not still not a problem.
Yeah, but you.
So they are in the comfort zone within 200 meters.
Okay.
Then
you have to do something.
Yes.
Then you have to act. Yeah. So what is the idea now? Because we can see the turn point 1 is on the right part of the screen there.
It's because there is a ridge. Probably from the screen. In the screen we see
from the top?
a ridge.
From the top. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
They
we'll see.
follow the energy of the ridge. For sure, they have
a nice
clouds.
cumulus
Yeah,
above.
you see, it's a lovely ridge.
Yeah, it is.
With the sun side just hitting the slopes.
So this ridge will make them making a bit of a detour, but then they will go right like this in this kind of
they
bowl.
will go around and probably over the top get the maximum altitude. Yeah,
it's there.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you're a glider pilot from mountains area, it seems quite straightforward. But you can think also about the fact that it's for a lot of them it's the first time they are in this area. And even if it becomes straightforward after the flight, when you fly in a new area, you say, oh yeah, it was obvious at the end. It was there. But you have still a bit of doubt. So it's...
Yes, but today because of the
Cumulus.
clouds or cumulus, it's so the people knowing the terrain, they have not a real advantage, I think.
But we can see that...
But we have two crucial points.
Yeah.
One is...
Just before turn point?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So what they do before and what they will do
just after. Okay. And we can see you have a group now on the screen, which is making this long detour and following the ridge. And I could see that there is another group forming a bit to the northeast with pilots who are a bit higher. So Sri Victor and so Tilo Legaos and Lukas Indarzik from Slovenia. And they were higher and they want to go straight. They go straight. I can see that Stefano is scratching a bit his head, so I'm not sure it's the best idea. We will see. But you know what, these guys, Tilo and Luca, they're really, I say, again, musketeers or lone wolf. They want to do their thing, and they know also that they are a bit behind the leading group. So if they want to make a difference, it's perhaps time to make something.
Yes, exactly.
So leading group with Stefan Langer now hitting 1,200 something altitudes. We are really close to this. It's time to find something.
But anyway, they are safe. There is
they are circling now, and Stefan is circling, but I think he will go back.
He will go back.
He will go back. Yes. So there is a bit of stress now for Stefan, and it was interesting the discussion with Stefano about the radar system you have in your glider, and he could spot, oh, I missed something. I just misstepped something, and now these guys, they are climbing behind, and if I go alone there, it's really risky. So he's coming back, and he's losing clearly the lead for a while now. He's below. Okay, so Stefan Langer below this group, he had to make a U-turn and to come back. And you can see that everybody now in this chasing group, in this leading group, is higher. But Mike Yankee,
Mike Alpha and Mike Yankee, they are still flying straight to the highest peak.
So they were not happy with this thermal everybody wanted to take.
Maybe they missed the thermal.
Yeah, and Stefan made it back, and now he's
climbing.
He's leaving again.
Yeah,
he's following them now.
He's following, yes.
And I think all the pack is now going also.
Probably it was not so good, yes.
Not so good, yeah. So a bit of stress, and this was exactly expected. A bit of, because they are, it's narrow. My limit is really close, and I need to find something, and this something sometimes is not enough.
Because if you get low in this, as almost everywhere in these Apennines ridges,
you go lower.
Low, it's really hard to get good energy to gain again.
When we were talking,
and it will cost time.
When we were talking at the beginning of this step by step, and it's exactly like this. You need to be a bit above the peaks to be able to get this bubble of
turn
warm
around
air.
with a steady, regular climbing rate.
And the guy who is 10 meters below,
he suffers.
Suffers. Yeah, clearly suffers. And suffers also psychologically because you can see the guys up, they are climbing well, and I'm struggling below. So it's also difficult.
So you see now there is only one valley to cross to the turning point.
Turn point is in a low area?
Is in the mid-elevation valley.
Okay, so the foothills.
Not foothills.
But the valley is high, not so low.
Yeah, it's not so low, but the turning point is a village, is a castle, a very well-known, one of the nicest castle of the Apennines in the north.
Bardi.
Sorry?
Bardi?
The name is Bardi.
Bardi,
the castle Bardi.
Okay.
And is very well known because it's a fortress. And it was owned, I think, for centuries from the Landi family. And it was a kind of state at the time, that region.
Okay.
And it's really nice. Was curious to know that this castle is the origin of the nobility, I would say in English, I hope it's correct, of the family Grimaldi.
Oh, Monaco.
So, Monaco. So the family Grimaldi was not Principauté.
Okay, they were not prince before.
They were not prince in the past.
Yeah.
And because the family Grimaldi married the princess of this castle, they acquired the title and they became noble.
And today Bardi is almost, I would say, nothing?
Bardi was in the past a fortress, and then later was a prison.
Okay, they use it as a prison.
Yes. And the entire castle is very nice to visit, and also the village around at the foot. And there is a super view over the valleys all around. And the castle is on a rock, and it is, the name is Red Jasper Rock.
Red Jasper Rock.
So it's
a special
dark
rock.
red rock,
stone
is a color. And it's coming out of the slope. So you can see the castle from there, from far.
Yeah, and as a tourism area, it's really interesting, and as a geological, also historical area, it's, if you are from the Provence area, you will find also the same kind of rocks here. It's really interesting to see the parallel, and because it's
but the red jasper is
it's really special from the deep ground.
That area.
Yeah. Okay, so we are just on the rock before this turn point 1, and it was expected that it was one of the key points. And the move made by Thilo and Sri Victor, who is now leading this group, was the good one. All the pilots who made a bit of a detour on this long slope before the rock, they were not able to gather the good energy. And at the end, Yankee Oscar, so our John Gatfield, our reporter from the sky, LZ Design, Lucas Nerzik, who had a bad day yesterday, and Sri Victor, Thilo Legaos are the highest and the furthest on the task. Just next to them on the left, you can see Juan Lima, so Gilles Navas, who is much, much lower, 300 meters below, and Juliet Golf Eric Borgman, who is also 300 meters below. So they will have quite a different life in the next minutes for these two groups.
Yes, you see that the altitude of everybody is going down, down, down.
And Gilles Navas
lower
is
and lower.
Trying to get something, because he knows that it will not be so nice to be low when he will turn the turn point.
But the ridge exactly around the first turning point is good for climbing?
Potentially good.
Yeah, normally it's good, yes.
Okay, but then we will have to invest a bit after the turn point. We will have to go further.
They probably will have to fly after the turning point, because the ridge is going to the northwest.
Oh, and we have some guys really low, no? I can see. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. So on bottom left of the screen, you have Mike Yankee and Mike Alpha. We're close to the leading a few minutes ago. So Mike Young and Alberto Sirani really low, 900 meters. 900 meters. So clearly these guys,
I told you it's crucial here.
it is crucial. So they want to go to the turn point, it will be no problem. And then they have no solution except to go to the foothills just after the turn point and try to make the best of it. So already some difficulties for Mike Young and Alberto Cironi. All the other pilots are not in big difficulties. But these two pilots, we will have to check for them in the next minutes if they are able to gather to find some lift around the turn point 1. Behind, if we can just check also for Sierra, Mr. Sebastian Cava from Poland, who made a win yesterday, and for now he made a bad start. Yeah, I would say a bad start, and it is a bad start. Yeah, he's still struggling for now. 1,300 meters, and he knows that he has to be patient. It will not be, I can come back in a few minutes. No, he has to be patient now. He knows that he made a mistake on the first minute of the task, and now he has to gather energy. You can't go faster than the weather. The weather is the boss at the end. Yeah. So first turn point now reaching. First is Tilo Oligaus from Germany on 3 Victor, 1,500 meters.
Oh, that's anyway a good altitude to reach the turning point.
Because we will go back to the same peak as we were before.
If there is any cloud over the ridge, I would exploit it, or I would climb.
So you think they will cross the turn point and go to the next ridge?
If they have clouds, they will do that.
Okay.
Because coming back, losing again altitude, not on the sun side of the valley.
They are crossing. They are going through the turn point. They are going further. Yeah.
Maybe they have a hint of some clouds.
No, turning perhaps. Okay, so Mike Young and Alberto Cironi, we are, whoa, Mike Young is really low. 770 meters. Again, it's no issue for safety. It's just a question of choices. He has no choice. He has to find something. And Alberto Cironi is close to him, also low. Giorgio Caletto is now making his turn also on the first turn point, 1,500 meters. So all this group is in a safe position to continue on the task. This group is led by Tilo Oligaus from Germany on 3 Victor and Yankee Oscar, John Gatfield. You want to see Mike Young and Alberto? Yeah, they are low. They are just on the foothill. There is a small slope which is below, and then it's more flat. So they still have a chance.
The footstep is very slight slope coming up. Yeah.
So for now they are struggling. We will let them find the best they can.
We have anyway. Just at the bottom of the screen, there is a small airstrip. It's about 350 meters length. Yeah. It's a bit narrow. Just to the left of the ridge, of the bridge.
Yeah, okay, also.
At the footstep.
And it's
very nice place. Very
parallel
nice
to the river, yeah.
Parallel to the river. So anyway, it's safe to fly over there.
And Mike Alpha is gaining a bit of altitude? Perhaps. They are struggling.
So, but they need to climb.
So let's go back to the leading pack, perhaps. We let these pilots
turn the camera towards the second turning point.
Yeah. So Lucas
So to the north, in 20 kilometers, we have another gliding. This is only mainly for microlights. This strip, which I mentioned before, and then if we follow to the north the valley in 20 kilometers more or less, so we reach a glider airfield.
I think we made the decision.
Because here, then it's really unlandable.
You can see if you want, the castle.
Yes, please. We can show, the castle. Yep. That's the castle. We can see the red colored rocks. So it's coming out over the valley in the middle of the slope, let's say, between footsteps.
Best point of view.
Yes, definitely. Very nice. It's really. And here also, they got a picture of a ghost, a thermal picture.
A picture of a
And
ghost.
yes, there is. It's a legend. It's a story. Is what you may like, but you can visit, and they show you that in one room because they put a camera, and they left the camera run. Yes, and they assume that the image they got is, let's say, an
Something.
ancient hero
Okay.
or a prince of that time.
The soul is still here.
So and the spirits is coming again from time to time. But it's nice to live this atmosphere.
Yeah.
They have also a night or a visit they organize a visit during the night.
Uh-huh.
I think the 23rd of September there is a guided tour during the night, lovely with candles. Yeah, it's a place to discover.
So we have Alberto Cironi, who just made a 10.1, which is really low, and I think he will have to use his engine, as Mike Young also. Perhaps they are already using the engine. And they will just visit a bit this area and make the best they can with the engine to get back around the airfield of Pavullo. I'm sorry for them. But let's go back to the leading group. Yeah, they have 3 Victor Thilo Legaos, who is now, I think they came back to the rock. They were exploiting just before.
Yes. Yes, you have just to arrive over the top and then it goes. But you must be patient.
But
you
again,
must
it will be time now to gain altitude.
Sorry?
It will be now time to gain altitude here.
Again, yes.
It will be best.
Because Solignano, which is the second turning point, it's not as strong as it was on the way to the first turning point. So they have to be patient, to climb, not to push too much. So is to slow down aggressiveness.
Okay, so a bit of difficulty time now. I think we lost 2 pilots, and they have to use the engine to retrieve the gliders gently in a more safe and easy area. And all the pilots behind are okay with 1,200, 1,400 meters. Thilo Legaos is still leading this group, but he has to find something. And from time to time we check with Sebastian Kawa. I think he's not so far behind. It's like a regroup at the end. When you have this kind of difficulty, everybody is making like an accordion. So I don't know the English term for accordion, but it makes everything packing together a bit. Yeah. and which is good for us and for you, because it's like a restart, like kind of restart. And we were not expecting so much difficulty, because we were hoping that they were able to gain altitude on the rock we're just leaving now. But I think they have to glide and glide and glide and glide, which is not so easy as expected. So we are on the 3rd race of this final Grand Prix of Serie 11. You are in Pavullo, Italy. We are now on the 2nd leg. We already lost 2 pilots, a bit like yesterday, 2 pilots a bit too low, and they have to cancel and probably to use the engines. So no big issue for them. And we are on the leg 2 now. And they just made 100 kilometers and 10, I think, around total distance from the start. And they are a bit far away from the highest peaks. We made on purpose this turn point a bit far away from the highest peaks. And we were expecting perhaps a bit better conditions in this area. But for now, a bit like yesterday, they have to fly a bit lower, which is not, again, issue for safety. It's a really safe area. They can go in the main valley, a bit to the northeast. But yeah, pilots were perhaps expecting a easier cockpit ambience for now.
So as I said, we have 3 steps normally for gliding here. So the first step, lower step, is facing the Po Valley. The second step is right where the people are now.
Mm-hmm.
And
the 3rd is on the highest.
The 3rd is on the right, but I assume that they will not reach the main ridge later.
So
because it's a little bit poor.
So we have 2 groups now. We have one group which is leading for now, and it's on the first step. And we have another group who took the decision to make a detour to go to this second step and make it higher.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So bottom of the screen, you have this second group on the highest terrain, highest peaks. It's not the highest, but it's the middle higher. And they made the decision to, okay, we don't want to go again low. So we make the detour to this a bit higher peaks. We make the best altitude we can, and then we will glide to a turn point. And the leading group took the decision to, okay, now we go straight, and we will use the lower layer of altitude to make the second turn point. I think Sebastian Kawa is a bit also fed up with low altitude, so he's also on this group, which makes some time investment in this second foothill on the steps. So clearly leading for now is 3 Victor, but I think struggling a bit to find some spot for altitude. Is just gliding and gliding and gliding. And Yankee Oscar, John Gatfield, who had 2 bad first days, is now gaining altitude. He made a bit on the right, and Thilo made it to the left. So for now it's much better where Juliet Golf, Eric Bergman, and Yankee Oscar, John Gatfield are. I think we have 2 other pilots in this group. Perhaps Yankee, George Galeto is there, and Lukas Indarjic from Slovenia also is in this group. So these pilots are in a good position with Yankee really high. I can see a big smile on the face of Giorgio again, which is nice. Giorgio is a gentleman, I can tell you. I know him really well. And yeah, he was really sorry for the first 2 days. So I think he's really, really happy now. So I hope he enjoys to be on the... When you're on the top, on the thermals, and you can see some pilots below, normally you have a happy face. It makes you happy. 1600. Good altitude for reaching the turn point now, 1600? Or they will make it more and more?
Yes, it's not a problem.
As high as they can, perhaps, still?
Yes.
And Thilo now is gaining
The
some
limit
altitude.
is only the cloud base, probably here.
Okay, so we'll check at what altitude they will leave, especially Giorgio Galeto, which is reaching now close to 1,700 meters. Good?
Good, which is very good, yes, because then they have more hills than mountains in front of them on the next leg. So good choice was.
The next leg will be, back to Pavullo. In fact, they will go over us. You think they will also try to invest a bit more in this second step and not keep it on the first step, which is lower?
They will try, in my opinion, to reach the edge of the second step. And maybe very close to the main ridge, maybe. But anyway, higher cloud base.
So they are here, we are on the first steps. The second step is around here, and the highest peaks are here. Yeah. And so we think that these guys, they will then try to reach gently this here.
Yes, your trace on the screen seems to be short, but in fact they have, I think, over 120 Ks to fly. So
130 after
130,
point.
so
Yeah, it's a long way.
It's a long way.
So if it's a long way, they can make a detour, invest a bit of time in the detour.
Exactly, that's the point.
Okay. So perhaps we can close a bit on this leading group, close up to just have an idea about the altitude. Giorgio is reaching 1,760 meters. Lukas Indarzic decided to leave a bit before, I think, the thermal, and he will be, I think, the first to reach the turn point. He's followed by Giorgio Galeto with almost 200 meters higher. So Giorgio is in a position a bit like Stefan Langer on the first day. He can manage a bit. He can't wait. No, you can't wait. But you can manage a bit. And if you are happy that one of pilots is making the lead, below you, in front of you, you feel a bit more secure. So he can breathe a bit. He can have another a point of view with a bit of distance to the action this way. So it's also interesting to have this kind of attitude.
Yeah, I've just seen that the leading racer of this contest, Stefan Langer, is
struggling.
Is
struggling.
Struggling. It's quite low.
1,100 meters.
Yes, yes.
Seems that he's gaining energy now, but it seems to be difficult. Yeah.
So he's fighting to
And
get
Sebastian
altitude.
Kawa has not a good day too. He's still trading to this group a bit
But
below.
it's much closer than Stefan Langer.
Yeah. Okay, so leading group with Giorgio Galetto and Lukas Darzik leading this group and making the turn point 2 now. And just a bit on the left of this group is Thilo Legaus, who made a nice move yesterday, and a few minutes ago he made a less nice move today. So he was alone and tried to catch a thermal, which was a bit difficult. But now he's on the track to make the second turn point. And behind this leading group, we have a chasing group with I think Peter Krejcik, Didier Haus, and Hermann Leuker from Germany. And all these pilots are few kilometers. It's a short distance leg, so they are really few kilometers behind the leading group. But they are a bit lower, and they will have to also gain a bit of altitude, and so lose a bit of time. Probably where they are now in this position in the center of, yes, they are turning now. Didier Haus on Sierra Delta is circling left, and everybody will join to gain altitude. So Sierra Lima is low now. Stefan has he made a good start, but I don't know what was a mistake on the top point 1, but he is now really low. And it will be quite a difficult day. And behind this group is still Sebastian Kawa, who made a really bad start. And but he knows there is still 130 plus 60, still 200 kilometers to do. 200. It's a long way. Still a long way.
Still a long way.
So if you join us now, we are in this final Series 11 of the Grand Prix. It's a race 3, even if it's the day 6. So still one race to do after today. Tomorrow is the last day. The pilots will have bonus points. The winner will have 11 points instead of 10 tomorrow. And the second one will get the normal 8 points. So there's one bonus point for tomorrow to get for the winner. And we talked to the pilots this morning, yesterday evening, and also just before the takeoff. And for sure, the typical question we are asking at this point of the competition is, what are you doing now? Because you are not on the win. You are just in this middle pack of pilots, and you can still win, but it will be difficult. But you can also focus on the podium places for overall score. And but the answer was really straight on from many pilots. Okay, today I have to make something. I have to show that I can make something, because I can't let Stefan Langer and Sebastian Kawa win every day. No, it's not possible. So, and we can see that now, because Stefan and Sebastian are struggling for now. We lost already 2 pilots. Alberto Sironi and Mike Young, we were also in the best place overall score.
Yes,
and
but we could also have a look where they are.
Yeah, they are behind. I think they are low, still low in this valley.
Yeah, because the link is not working very well, so we can see them clear.
It's behind, if you can go to the valley. With Mike Young and Alberto Sironi. Yeah, they are making a bit of tourism.
Where are they? I can't. Okay. Yes, so very low.
It is very low. So we have no signal. So don't be afraid. We have no signal. We are not moving, but it's okay. Just because we are behind the mountains.
Yeah, because the signal cannot cross or go through the mountains.
But I hope that they are making some pictures, because it will be really interesting. Normally you fly with an aircraft here. You don't fly with a glider this way.
Yeah.
But they have an engine turning. I'm 100% sure they are using the engine now. And they just make around in the valley to make it safe to go back here. So
this is the river Cevo, where they are, and the river we see in the middle of the screen is the Taro River.
I can show you if you want, Stefano. We have a real picture from the sky. I think it's coming from. So Martin, okay, one place, and you can see the clouds are low.
Yes, so from that shot, I can say that there is no chance or no advantage to fly on the main ridge of the Apennines.
Okay.
Okay.
So only the second step is okay.
Second step, close to the third, but not over the. The third step is over the main ridge.
Okay.
And yes.
So
all along.
The bandwidth is a bit limited again today.
Yes, yes.
We were expecting that the ceiling of the cumulus were making a bit down during the day, or?
No. Probably this picture was shot in the western part of the Apennines north.
Okay.
And could increase in our area, which means Monte Cimone and Abetone. Both two mountains are very well known in Italy for skiing. And many people from Bologna and that area, from Emilia region, they enjoy in the wintertime skiing there. And because the mountains are higher, for sure the cloud base is today higher than here.
Okay, back to the race. Lukas Nidarzik took the lead and took the decision to push a bit more. He's one of the musketeers of the pilots. He's not following anybody. And behind we have, for now, I think the clear leader with Giorgio Galetto on Yankee with above 1,800 meters. And he has a clear advantage to Eric Borgman and John Gatfield, who are like 200 meters below. But he's like managing a bit the race. And okay, I'm losing a bit of time, but I have some guys around, and they will help me in the next minutes, because he knows. But before making the real next step and being able to go to the second step of hills, there is still a bit of unexpected can happen. So for now, he's a bit on the defensive way of thinking in the cockpit, but he's higher, so he's a clear advantage, and he can manage the race. Behind this group is a lower group with Didier Haas, Sierra Delta, Herman Leuker, Hotel Lima, and the 12 is Petr Krejcik from Czech Republic with only 1,200 meters. And they will join, I think, this thermal where Giorgio Galetto is to gain altitude. And again, it will be quite difficult now with 500 meters to make the difference in the next minute. So they have to wait and they have to be patient. Behind this group, I think we have Sierra, but for now we have no big signal from Sierra, I think. So Sebastian Kawa, the signal is really low. But Sebastian,
what about 3 Victor?
So 3 Victor,
because he was leading on the first leg or close to the first leg, but then
problems on just before turn point 2. Yeah. So he's below this thermal with 1,200 meters, but he seems to be circling and gaining altitude with Papa Lukas Grabowski from Poland. So both of these pilots, they seem to be okay.
Oh, Giorgio Yankee Galetto gain is now 1,900.
Yeah.
Yeah, then Juliet Golf as well, and John Gatfield from India, Yankee Oscar.
Yesterday
is also climbing very good.
You were talking yesterday about the Belvedere here. He's on the Belvedere now. Yeah.
Yes, Belvedere, yes. But Belvedere is a mountain in our region.
Yeah.
Close to Mount Cimone.
So Lukas Nidarzik from Slovenia leading, followed by Giorgio Galetto. But Giorgio is much higher. We have a bit of problem signal, so don't focus too much on the altitude of Luca. I'm not sure if it's 1,100 or 1,400. We will see in a few minutes when the signal will be more stable. I think he's at 1,600. So Giorgio is joining where Lukas Nidarzik is circling, and they are followed by Eric Borgman from Netherlands and John Gatfield, our flight reporter. Perhaps we will have some nice pictures from John Gatfield when he will have a bit more time. We will see that. In a few minutes we will have René Vidal who will come. He's the referee of this championship, so he's the guy who is checking everything when we have potentially a problem, sporting problem, so issue with penalties, and some pilots, they complain about the penalties because they are not okay.
He's president of the jury.
Yeah. and he will come and we will talk also about his experience, because he flew yesterday with Stefano just before or the day before, just before the task was sent and the pilots were in the air to get an idea about the weather. And he's coming from Chile, so he can have also this kind of what's same, what's different. So we'll have also some information about flying in the Chile. So clear leading group now with Giorgio Galetto, Yankee from Italy, who is enjoying a nice day for now. I hope it will keep this way. But he's clearly on the lead. He's higher. He did not make any low points like many pilots for now. John Gatfield is also there. Lukas Niederzik is there. Eric Borgmann is there. So this is a clear leading group. And they are chased by Hermann Leuker from Germany. Sebastian Kawa is in this chasing group, a bit lower, but he starts perhaps to make this kind of overtaking, grabbing, making the best he can to gain each second after each second. And Giorgio is now joining this second step. We were talking about the difference of altitude of the hills. The small first hills are really low, and this is where Thilo was a few minutes ago. And now we can see that the leading group is going really close to the second step of the hills, to be perhaps to change a bit also the attitude in the cockpit and to fly faster. The start was made at what time? I don't remember, I'm sorry. I just need to check at what speed, average speed they are flying around.
So elapsed time is?
So it was open at 2:10, and we are now at 3:26. So it's 1 hour and 15 minutes to make this distance now. And the average speed is 1:04 for Giorgio Galetto. You can see on the bottom left of the screen, you have a lot of information about Giorgio. Altitude first, 1874. Ground speed, so 143. Vario is not losing, is not gaining altitude, 0 point something, it's okay. He has flown 131 kilometers. He still has to fly 178 kilometers. And finally, average speed, 1:04. 1:04?
So
not so good, yeah.
Not so good. So they have to fight today.
Not a perfect day.
Yeah, not a perfect. No, the day is perfect. But that's the race.
That's a race. Yeah, that's a race. We have to do what the weather
so
can offer.
The task was set to compare or to make the race challenging. So the entire task area is not homogeneous.
Mm-hmm.
And then from that we can see how good the pilots can race.
They have to adapt.
Yes.
It's a question of adapting. Yeah. You have to deal with what the weather is offering, but also what the design of the task
speeding
is.
up slowly, then slow down, then again slow, and then speed up again. So that's the challenge of today.
Whatever the mountains, so here in the Apennines, but if you go to Provence, if you go to Austria, if you go to Chile, perhaps it's a bit different, but whatever the mountains, you have this kind of steps you have to follow, and it's a basic rule you have to deal with. Okay, if you go below this step, it will be difficult, and you have to find a smaller step.
Yeah, here it is especially difficult because the slopes are not very steep.
Yeah,
generally,
that's a problem.
The more we come to the north, the more the slope are less and less steep.
And I would say also that we are on the wrong side of the mountains, because the southwest is
You can say that. We don't like, but
I'm sorry, but this makes also some difficulties. Yeah, it does not.
Yes,
help.
it makes it different.
Okay. So I will let Stefano brief a bit, and I welcome René Vidal from Chile, who is the official referee of this final Grand Prix in Pavullo. and they are talking, and now I'm alone. That's okay. That's okay. So we are in the final Grand Prix of Series 11. The pilots made the first two turn points. Some with big difficulties. We think we already lost Mike Young and Alberto Cerroni. We were clearly in the overall score in good places. So it's breaking news, something like this. We'll make some title like this today. And I'm with René Vidal. René, you have to use this.
Okay.
Yeah. So welcome, René.
Thank you.
You're from Chile, yeah?
I'm from Chile, yes.
Yeah. And you are making this kind of referee for the Grand Prix for quite a long time, no?
Yeah, it's a good point. Yes. I started as a competitor. I'm still a competitor, hopefully.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, I've been invited to be a referee in Potchefstroom, South Africa.
Okay, so this was 2016
something.
Yeah, just after Sistron, yeah,
something
so must
like
be 16,
that.
yeah.
Also in Cerdaña.
Okay.
In Spain, 4 years ago, 3 years.
Yeah, 18 or 19, yeah.
So something like that. And now here. So it's good to be with friends, the people we know for so many years, and it's very good to be here.
Yeah, it's a nice community. Gliding is already a community, but gliding pilots making competition is another community. And inside this community, you have a Grand Prix gliding pilot competitors.
Community.
Yeah. Community. So yeah. So you are part of this, and we are part of this. You are also representing Chile as a deputy for your country when you go to this kind of IGC plenum, yeah?
Correct. We are part of the FAI, and the FAI has many air sports, and one of them is the gliding. And in the gliding, I'm the delegate for Chile.
Okay.
So
you vote.
Sorry?
You vote.
Yeah, I vote. Yes, that's correct. Okay, we have to make some decisions. Somebody has to do it. So we are the bad guys sometimes. Okay.
And coming back to this Grand Prix, what is your task as a referee? What are you doing? What is your job?
Well, hopefully nothing.
Okay.
Okay. We have some. The Grand Prix has rules, and those rules are made, are official, and the organization have to follow those rules.
These rules are thick like this?
It's about 15 pages, something
Just
like that.
15 pages?
Something like that.
That's not so huge.
No,
yeah.
it's very simple.
Okay.
I just say, if you put it in summary, it's very small.
Okay.
It says that's the concept of the Grand Prix, simple. Make it simple.
Okay.
And of course, there are some tasks we need to achieve in terms of how many races, the length of the races, how many days, minimum and maximum. The races have to be between 6 and 8 races of championship available.
Okay.
Races, and we need 2 valid races to be valid the championship.
So just 2 races,
only
and
2.
We have a champion.
Exactly. So right now, the championship is valid.
Okay.
And
Stefan Langer is a winner.
So far, Stefan Langer is the winner.
Okay.
But also sometimes there are some penalties. And if the pilot don't agree with the penalty, and then they can make a protest.
And this goes to your desk.
And that goes to me.
Okay.
And I have to see if his complaint is acceptable or not. And then I have to make a decision.
You have to pay for when we make a complaint?
Yeah, if you made a formal protest, I think it's 150 euros you have to pay.
It's a deposit or you have to pay?
Good point. I
we
don't know.
give them back if they're okay? Or?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. If he's okay, he's right, and we send them the money back. If not, it goes to FAI.
Okay.
Okay.
This is a contribution for the pilots when we complain.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, but so far it's no problem.
It's quiet.
It's perfect.
Okay.
It's perfect.
So you have this double job. You make a bit of a survey for the organization, so you know that they follow the rules. So you have an eye on this, and then you are representing a bit the pilots.
Exactly.
If you have a complaint, you receive a complaint, you check what you can do with these complaints, and then you have to talk to organization.
And also I support the organization because sometimes there are some doubts about how to apply some rules, and then we go into the document, and also I try to support them, of course. It's organization, it's the pilot, and it's the FAI. So it's kind of interesting
Before I ask you the next question, because there is a race.
Okay, let's
We'll-
go.
We'll go back to the race. This is overall view of the race, and you can see that there is a leading group. Giorgio Galeto is leading.
Exactly.
On
He's-
Yankee.
and Lima Zulu, I think it was also at the
Lima
at the
Zulu is
top.
around a bit lower, but we have also Eric Borgman,
Mm.
and John Gatfield is also there. So this is the group.
So this is fantastic
It
because
is.
those three you told me,
Yeah.
they are in the
Zero.
0 point club.
Yes, sure.
So
Yeah,
will make
yeah,
a very
yeah,
interesting championship.
And I was talking a lot about Giorgio because yesterday I made an explanation about the penalties he had on the first day.
Mm.
And I was really sorry to Giorgio to talk about him because I know it's a bit of a pain when we are
I
talking about
know.
you because you made some mistakes.
Mm.
But he on the first day he lost 5 points completely. He went to the 0 points club because he made a mistake on the start line, flying too fast.
Mm.
And I think today he's the highest in this group, and he can manage a bit the race for now.
Exactly.
And I can see a big smiley face in the cockpit. You know, this kind of, I'm okay. I'm really okay now. I'm really okay. Don't change anything. I'm okay.
Absolutely. The mood in a championship and a race like
Yeah.
that, it goes up and down very
Yeah.
easily.
Yeah.
And today is 310 kilometers.
It's a long way.
It's a long way. So we
Yeah.
still have a lot of things
Yeah.
to see, but it's very exciting. So the ones that you can see right now leading, those 4 and the 0 point club.
Yes. No, except Eric Borgman, who has already some points.
Everyone.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the 3 of us are 0 points.
So they are very happy.
We saw on the first leg and the second leg, I don't know if this is a bit of my question. When we compare to Chile, in this area and in Provence area where you flew in before during Grand Prix, we have this kind of step by step, you know, small hills, second hills, and then
Exactly.
you go to the top. I don't know if in Chile it's like this. It's like more violent a bit, yeah.
No, it's something like that.
Okay.
We call the first system and the second system, and
But the steps are huge, no?
very huge. So
Yeah,
we
okay.
call the first system between 1,000 meter and 3,500 meter roughly. It's called the first system.
Between 1,000 and 3,000.
3,500.
Ah,
That's the
it's
first
a-
system.
So small, just a small step.
Just a small step. And then above that, we normally fly between maximum 4,500 meters. With that altitude, you can race most of the high mountains in Chile.
So you need oxygen.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
After 3,000 meters, we with oxygen. And also we have a lot of inversions. So thermal inversion, which creates a natural step-by-step, not only within this system that I just told you, but also we have some inversion of 1,500 or 2,000. Sometimes going to 4,000 meters, you can pass 2, 3, or 4 inversions. That makes very, very critical. And you need to decide on which inversion you need to stay, because you can stay and fly very well, but sometimes just going to the other one, you need more time. So sometimes doesn't pay to stay in the next level.
Okay. And I believe that's only some spots you can go from one inversion to the other.
That's correct.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
correct.
So this
And
makes-
in Santiago, it's much more easier because we have very big mountain, but it's much more easier. The weather is pretty much the same. The wind is very similar. The thermal and almost in the same place. So in that respect, it's more simple.
It's boring, no?
No, it's not boring.
It is not boring.
It is not boring.
Definitely not boring.
Gliding is not boring at all. But yeah, it's here is more complex, and the Alps, the French Alps, for sure, is more
We could
complex.
cheat a bit
Yeah.
if we ask the people from the Silent Wings to make the 3D a bit more vertical, you know. We
Good.
can cheat on the scale to make it like a Chile, but no, we are not in Chile, and we are in
Fantastic.
the northwest Apennines of Italy.
Yes.
So let's go back to the race again. If we check if the leading group is still leading clearly. So we are with Giorgio Galeto. Wow, 2,000 meters.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'm sorry to repeat the things, but I see a happy face. We will drink something with Giorgio. I hope it will stay this way. Please, Giorgio, keep it this way. It's very nice. So Giorgio is leading the group with Lukas Ndarzik from Slovenia, with Eric Borgman from Netherlands, and with John Gatfield. Sorry, John from UK.
From UK.
And they are chased by the group where Sebastian Cava is.
He's back.
Before I'm talking about Sebastian Cava, can we check where Stefan Langer is? Where's Stefan? He's back in the race, yes. So Stefan was a few minutes ago. He was really low, like 1,000 meters. Now he's 1,500 meters. So he's back, but he's still at the rear part of this chasing group, lower. And as Sebastian he was in the same position 20 minutes ago, and now he's in the middle of the pack. So he was able to make the packman to chase and overtake. But this takes a time. Ooh, we are losing something. Yeah, so it's back.
Also, Thilo is coming back.
Thilo made a bit of a mistake on the turn point too. He was alone.
He went to the north.
Yeah, everybody was making a different ID, going a bit to the south, and they were a bit more lucky. I'm sorry for you, Thilo, but still he has a chance. All these pilots are really strong pilots, and so they still have a chance because we are still 150 kilometers to do. They just made 50% of the distance, so it's a long way. It's not finished at all. So,
but they are coming back to the good weather.
John Gatfield. So we will teach John how to make it nice for the background and not for the foreground.
Yes.
But anyway, nice because you can see exactly the weather conditions. Probably it was still on the first leg going to the northwest because you can see that the hills are a bit higher on the left part of the screen compared to the right part. So the right part must be towards the Po Valley. And this was exactly what Stefano was talking about with his first foothills on the right part of the screen, and in the middle of the screen where you can see this string, the special string. We'll have to talk about the string in the next hours. But this is the second foothills, the second step, and then on the left of the screen is the highest. And there is a bit of altitude and nice clouds, but still some areas where they struggle a bit. And we are back with no, René. Just before you you can't go like this.
Can't go? Okay.
No.
It's Stefano is providing all the critical information about the valleys and the name of the mountains.
They do a good job now. It's okay. The pilots are making a good job. We go back to Vitacura in the next years.
We are working on that. It's
a challenge to organize something in Vitacura.
Yes, it is, because we don't have competitive gliders in Chile, and we need to bring the glider from Europe.
Okay.
So basically, with 3 containers, we can have 18 gliders. And right now, the cost is higher than 10 years ago.
Yeah, with a crisis.
Okay. Yeah, exactly.
Making exports is difficult. Yeah.
So we're working on that, but it has some advantages in terms of the timing.
Mm-hmm.
So normally a normal race in Santiago can be seen in Europe at, I don't know, 6-7 p.m. or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's we have a lot of audience. I remember thousands of people watching during the final. We have had 2 finals in Santiago, in Vitacura.
Already, yeah.
And about 4 qualifying Grand Prix.
But for now, the idea is not to make a final. It's a qualifying event or a final.
We need to talk about it.
Okay.
We might have both.
And you have a good place to talk and make ideas in the group.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. So I release you.
Thank you,
René. Thank you for
very
coming.
much. Stefano knows all the single names of the mountain and
Stefano
provide a lot of technical. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation.
Ciao, René.
Ciao.
So if you join us now, it's the 3rd race of this final Grand Prix in Pavullo, Italy. We are in the northwest part of the Apennines, and the pilots made the first 2 turn points. Unfortunately, we lost 2 pilots. No worry, no problem of safety, but just we were too low and they had to cancel the day. So Mike Young and Alberto Cerroni, I think they had to stop the race to make it safe. Yes, we can see Alberto Cerroni now 1,000 meters and climbing gently. And leading the race for now is Giorgio Galetto Yankee from Italy. He's with Lukas Indarzik from Slovenia. He's also with John Gatfield from UK and Eric Borgman from Netherlands. All together, not a lot of difference on altitude, but Giorgio is clearly leading this pack, and he's joining very close to the area of Pavullo. They are back on this 3rd leg now, and they are going to the southeast gently, and still 150 kilometers to do. Behind this group, we have a chasing group, which is making a bit of difference here. I can see Stefano on my right making something like, ooh, we do like sideways like this. So this chasing pack is going much more inside the highest mountains. It was a discussion we had a few minutes ago. Is it a good idea to make this detour or not?
They are reaching the mountain they did before. If I can recognize on the screen, this is close to Ventasso, so Monte Cusna. So these are higher mountains compared to the other of the leading gaggle or group. So I think they will increase again their altitude difference. I think it's a good choice.
So Sebastian Kawa is in this group, and he was much behind. He made a clear mistake on the first part of the task, just after the start, and now he's leading again this group, and he made the decision to go to the highest peaks. So, yeah, he's a good pilot now. So he must have a clear idea about what to make to reach back this
even if
group.
He hasn't flown much over this area, anyway. Before the contest, before every contest, Sebastian Cava prepares himself a lot. So he analyzes flight files of other racers in the region. So I would say he knows at least virtually a lot on our region.
So we are with a chasing group. Sebastian Kawa leading this chasing group. Stefan Langer is back. He was also way below, and now he's back in this group, 1,000 meters.
But how a bit behind, is it?
Yeah, no, just Stefan Langer in the middle.
Yeah, in the middle, yes.
One Lima, United Lima, one Lima is Gilles Navas. He's just also behind, and Sri Victor, who was Thilo Leos, who was struggling a bit on the 10.2, is below and gaining altitude on this peak before joining this group. Didier Haus is also there, Sierra Delta. So this is clearly a group which is investing and make it a bit different, hoping that it will be like a highway, perhaps.
Yes, this mountain is anyway a hot spot for climbing.
So we can still climb higher than this. We
Yes.
saw Giorgio making still again 1,900 meters on the second step.
Yeah, on the second step.
Yeah.
According to the forecast map, we had a second convergence line forecasted on the second step.
Okay.
Maybe it is.
Maybe.
Really?
Yeah. So this chasing group is gathering energy, and we think that they saw something like a line of energy, which will make their life much easier to follow the
but
highest.
By the end, I think both groups will end at the same spot. I mean, very close to Mount Cimone.
Okay.
So they will...
so just a bit southwest of Pavullo.
Because, yes. So finally, they will reach the same area.
So Sebastian Kawa climbing in this group and reaching almost 2,000 meters now. And we will check what is going on for the leading group now, just to have an idea if they are still high with Giorgio Galetto, or if they are just gliding to the Monte Cimone in the area of Pavullo. So Giorgio Galetto 1,620 meters, John Caulfield around the same altitude, just behind. Lucas Ndarzik a bit below, 100 meters below, as for Eric Borgman from Netherlands. So this group is clearly the leading group for now, and they go to this nice mountain just right of the start line, correct?
Yes, which is Monte Cantiere.
It's just before the Monte Cimone.
It's the ridge just northwest of Monte Cimone. It's a very long ridge, north-south.
So if you hear a bit of noise here, it's just firefighters, because we are on a base also for firefighters with big trucks and helicopters.
But you see, if you want to climb or flying to Monte Cimone, you have to cross over or to fly over that ridge.
It's high.
It's really high.
Yeah.
It's lower, you see, in the southern part.
Yes. Okay.
But it's not ideal to gain altitude.
Okay, so very,
the
very
hot
dis-
spot of this Cantiere mountain
Mhm.
is exactly in the middle. We can see some rocks,
Yeah, okay, yeah.
some stones, some.
Okay, so we will see in the next minutes if we are able to reach this area and climb again, and then perhaps use the same high energy streets, which is in the mind of a chasing group, and perhaps go to a chasing group to check what is going on for this group with Sebastian Kawa chasing clearly now and back in
But
the
you
race.
see very well how the slopes are very gentle.
Yes,
Okay, now
at
he
the
moved
beginning, yes.
the camera, but the slopes are very gentle. So again, as I said, if you get low, it's not easy to find good energy and gain really fast gain altitude.
So we have clearly now.
But it's I think the altitude of Sierra Lima and Sierra is pretty good.
It's really nice to see the two leaders of the overall score together. So Sierra Lima, Stefan Langer and Sebastian Kawa. They are flying together. They are the closest in the overall score. So this is, for now, the race is between these two pilots for the overall score. But I think for now they are almost in the 0 points club. They are too much behind. And they took the decision clearly also to make it much more to the high peaks. And we can see that now it's completely scattered. There is not clear group anymore. We can see pilots on the second foothills and these two guys going to the highest peaks and perhaps expecting something much more with energy on these high peaks. So in the middle of the screen you have Hotel Lima, Herman Leuker and Papa Lukas Grabowski from Poland. 1,800 meters, a bit short of 1,800 meters. And then Gilles Navas on 1 Lima, a bit below 1,600 meters. And Sri Victor Thilo Legaos, who made a bit of a mistake on turn point 2 with 1,400 meters.
This is the hot spot again.
Okay, so all this group is joining on a hot spot. A bit further to the southwest of this position, so on the right of the screen, you have
No.
just a bit on the left. Yeah, a bit on the left. Yeah. So this ridge is making perhaps something for the pilots. So on the right part of the screen, a bit southeast from these pilots in the center of the screen, you have Sebastian Kawa and Stefan Langer together. So the best pilots on the overall score for now, and they are making now a really nice ride, I think, because they are between 1,800 meters and 2,000 meters, and they don't wait too much, and they are circling now a bit to gain even more altitude. Sri Victor Thilo Legaos is joining below them, but much lower. And Sebastian is climbing really well. Stefan Langer is joining, also climbing well. I think we can see on the radar of the FLAM system they have on board, we can see the second group a bit below and a bit further to the northeast, sorry. And if we go to the leading group now, I think they are also climbing. So if we go to Giorgio Galetto and Eric Borgmann's group, yes, they are climbing. As you were expecting, Stefano, they want to climb before joining the highest peaks around Monte Cimone.
So because very close to, I mean, they will fly probably over the release area, which is good, which is Pian di Falco, but you have to be at least 1,400 meters,
Okay.
1,500 meters if you want to get the
Easy.
best out
Yeah. Okay.
of it. Yeah.
So we are in a safe altitude now to make the next move. But if average vario is good enough, we will keep it. And we can see at the bottom left of the screen again the information about Eric Borgmann. And the third number is the vario, so it's a vertical speed between 2 and 1.5 and 3 meters, depending on where he is in the thermal. But yes, a good one. Good thermal. We want to keep it. We want to gain altitude on this thermal before perhaps jumping to the highest peaks and go further to the third turn point. So Giorgio Galetto, highest with 1,800 meters, but also with John Gatfield, same altitude, and Lukas Indarzik and Eric Borgmann below, and we are with a chasing group. There is a chasing group with Hermann Leuker from Germany and Lukas Grabowski between 1800 and 1900 meters, and they are going gently also to the highest peaks.
So now they are heading to Mount Cantiere, and then they will jump to the other side, to the west, and to the slope of Monte Cimone, Pian di Falco, Calvana, etc.
So all these pilots, they are making this step by step, but in a different area. But everybody wants to go higher now.
Yes,
Yeah.
they have to go higher.
This can be really fast after this. If you made this investment of time to gain altitude in this area, and if you have a line of energy going to a third turn point, this can be really fast to come back now.
Yes, it may be that they will fly then. It depends. We may get an image from a webcam Monte Cimone, so that we can then be sure or see if they will fly the main ridge.
Okay.
It could be a good option, because then they could glide to the second last turning point.
Okay, so still 130 kilometers to do, and we expect that the race will accelerate now in a few minutes, because the pilots are much higher. They almost all joined the highest peaks now, and we're flying above 2,000 meters for Sierra Lima and Sierra. So Stefan Langer and Sebastian Kawa were behind the pack a few minutes ago, and they are now in a good position. They gave her with Hermann Leuker and Lukas Grabowski from Germany and from Poland, which were a bit further on the task. So we have now a clear chasing group. Behind this group is Didier Haus on Sierra Delta from France. We have Marek Sowczuk from Poland, who is already high also now. Gilles Navas is high. I think Sri Victor, so Thilo Ligaus is now in a good position with 1,800 meters. So everybody is high except few pilots like Dirk Windmüller from Germany, 1,500 meters. And Alberto Sironi and Mike Young are high again, high enough, but I think they use the engine perhaps in the first turn point area. So a day off for them now. Stefan, 2,100 meters.
Yes, if they see that they can reach a cloud base of 2,300, 2,400, then it's no point. They have to fly the main ridge. If they cannot get more than 2,000, 2,100, it's better to fly straight if they have clouds in front of them. So we can make a judgment, so we can only if we get an image from the webcam.
Okay. So this was from John Gatfield. This time he's going to the southeast, clearly, because you have a lower area on the left part of the screen.
That's the Mount Cantiere ridge.
And clearly it was, you were talking about this convergence, and this convergence is not on the highest peak,
Yes.
it's on the second foothill.
Yes, so in this case, this is a real-time webcam shot. I would say they fly the second step.
So these are the first foothills, these are the second foothills.
Yes.
Also here, and then on the right part of the screen we have the highest peaks, and you can see this line of cumulus here going to the southeast.
Yes,
so
this is the convergence line depicted in the forecast map of this morning.
So just because you have a bit of wind coming from the southwest here and from the northeast here, this makes the position of this convergence. So back to the 3D, and thank you, John, for this full-time information, so we can understand a bit better why he made this decision to not go to the highest peaks at first. But it seems even in the blue, for this chasing group behind, even in the blue of few spots on the highest peaks, it was enough to make a nice ride also and to have a lot of altitude.
Yeah.
So we will see in a few minutes if the chasing group with this extra altitude of almost 400 meters now, 300 to 400 meters compared to the leading group, is able to have a nice ride. Sebastian Kawa is flying really high now, 2,100 meters. is with Stefan Langer and Heimann Leuker. I think Lukas Grabowski is also with them. And they are chased by Didier Haus from France. And behind them we have Marek Savcuk from Poland and Juan Lima Gil Navas from France. Sir Victor is also behind.
Another hotspot on Monte Cimone, which a bit south of Pian de Cavallo, is
exactly this? Yes, okay. This nice, where Sierra Delta Didier Haus is.
If they can climb there, they can follow the ridge. Yes.
So I think we have a nice ride now from the group of Sebastian Kawa and Stefan Langer. 2,100 meters. It's good?
Yeah, it's good, it's good.
Yeah. So perhaps we can go a bit to the same altitude as Sebastian Kawa and Stefan Langer. So we have a better point of view of what we are enjoying. Welcome to the Apennines. Monte Cimone is the one a bit on the right, yeah?
Now Monte Cimone
is
what we have shown a few seconds ago.
Okay, so we just passed above Monte Cimone.
And then alle Scale.
It's the next.
This is
okay.
Ridge,
okay, so
it may be that they fly a little bit to the north.
Yeah. So yes, the top right of the screen.
Yeah,
yes.
they will fly left side of the screen.
So clearly, again, you have to think about that there is a bit of wind coming from this way, so the right part of the screen, which is blowing a bit the air and blowing a bit the good air mass towards the Pavullo area. And that's why they are not really above the highest ridges, but they are a bit inside to the northeast of these ridges, and they are following. You can see clearly now Sebastian Kawa is making with a nice ribbons, a nice strip behind. You can see that he's pushing, pulling. So there is a nice
they have probably a cloud street in front of them.
Definitely.
And they are heading a very nice area. They will overfly in 5 minutes, I think, 7 minutes, 2 big lakes in the Apennines. One is Suviana Lake and one is Brasimone Lake. And these 2 lakes are artificial lakes. They were built by the state railways in the past with the purpose of giving electricity to the railway line from Bologna to Florence. And it is a really lovely place for tourism.
You can see that, yeah?
Yes, those lakes are very clean, and you can do a lot of activities, swimming, canoe, etc. So a lovely place again to visit in our region.
In Italy, one of them, you produce still a lot of electricity with this kind of lakes, or it's
I don't know exactly the amount in kilowatt or gigawatt.
I think Thomas Kostner is one of the
We have
pilots.
a competitor, yes, so we should invite him.
Yeah,
but he's still flying.
Yeah, okay, so let's go back to the race with 3D, because it will be important now to see if the chasing group was a bit of extra altitude with Sebastian Kawa and Stefan Langer. They are able to be back. Yeah. So they make the good move to make this investment on the highest peaks, because now they are overtaking gently this leading group of Giorgio Galeto, Eric Borgman, and John Gatfield, which is still leading for now. But clearly now, Sebastian Kawa, Stefan Langer, Hermann Leuker, Lukas Grabowski, they are overtaking this group, which was leading a few minutes ago, just by making this investment on the highest peaks. Impressive move, because you have to think about 1 hour ago, even 30 minutes ago, Stefan Langer and Sebastian Kawa were already at the end, behind the pack, chasing, and now they are in a really good position because they are clearly leading in a few minutes. Congratulations, guys! Impressive again. They are good pilots. Very good pilots. Is there any key points coming still now?
Yes, but this is not the end.
It is not the end. Yeah.
As I said before, we will have another crucial.
I can see this
area
basin from yesterday. Yeah, this.
Yes, we see the Mugello Valley top right
Of the screen, yeah.
of the screen. So exactly in the area of the two lakes I mentioned before, they will try to get the maximum altitude in order to glide in that direction to southeast. I expect lower cloud base, so that's why crucial. The air mass could be different, so let's see what is going on later.
So we don't go so deep in the valley like yesterday, in this nice valley with a lake we have in the Mugello, yeah, Borgo San Lorenzo.
No, we go almost in the middle.
Okay, okay.
Of the length of the valley, and it's a pass.
Okay.
Jorgo is a pass. Yes, it's along the ridge, so I would say in a good area for finding lifts.
So again, it will not be a problem for them to reach this turn point, but then we have to think about how to come back.
Exactly,
Okay.
the way back, so they can easily glide too, but then again, they have this area of the highway, Bologna-Florence, which normally is a bit weaker. That means today, again, lower cloud base.
It's funny because when I compare to yesterday race, I see a completely different screen because we were flying so low yesterday. So it was really impressive because the life and the race is completely different now. And we can see these guys between 1,500 and 1,800 meters altitude. And yesterday they were below 15. Everybody was below 15 and maximum sometimes 1,200. So
yes, but you will see they will lose altitude
again and again.
Again and again, yes.
So this
slowly, but
explanation why they lose this kind of altitude is because this scatter valley coming from the
we
northeast.
have on
or?
one side we have the air mass coming from the valley, let's say from this
Mediterranean.
Tyrrhenian is the name Tirreno of the sea to the west, and the mountains or the ridges are sucking this moist air mass exactly in the middle, and from the northern side, from Bologna also. So we have an area where moisture is coming from the south and from the north.
So at one point before reaching this area with these big valleys, they have to make a handbrake and gain altitude a bit to make it more easy to come back?
Yes, optimize than average speed. So I will slow down, climb, cross, and fly away.
And climb again
And
after
climb
this
again,
area.
yes, after this area.
Okay, so we will see.
So I would say they may fly back to Suviana and Brasimone Lake.
Which was exactly where Sebastian Kawa made this move.
Yes,
I think.
yesterday.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll see that. John Catfield is still leading and gliding as expected by Stefano Giorzo. So he's gliding lower and lower and lower, reaching now 1,400 meters. We are a bit losing the signal from John, but he's still gliding towards this turn points. They know the place now. They flew here yesterday, so they know where they are safe, and I think they are much more relaxed in the cockpit, even if they are not flying so high. And Giorgio Galetto is just behind John Catfield with same kind of altitude, 1,400 and something. And they are reached back by Sebastian Kawa, and you can see that the group of Sebastian Kawa will reach back this leading group. They are not pushing. They change the way they fly. They fly slower. They don't want to overtake these guys. They just want to, okay, now we are higher, but we know that the next difficulty will come. So we don't have to fly fast and to take the lead now. It's not a good time to take the lead.
They got the experience there.
Yeah, they got experience from yesterday, and they know. I think we can see also in the sky that some difficulties are coming for the next 20 kilometers before we turn the turn point. So if you join us now, we are in this third race of this final Serie 11 Grand Prix, gliding Grand Prix, Sailplane Grand Prix, and we are in Pavullo, Italy, northwest part of the Apennines. It is not an area really known even by the local Italian pilots. They don't fly a lot in this area normally. So it's also really interesting for them. We talked to them many times, Giorgio Galetto, Alberto Cironi, and Thomas Gosner. And they flew a bit here because there was some championship in the past, but they have no advantage compared to the other pilots, especially after one
I can
week.
say that we, in the past, we never flew in this region.
Why?
Because there was not a community of glider pilots there.
Okay.
And so we had no people organizing contests. So we flew contests more to the south and in the north.
Okay, so
but not in this region.
Uh-huh.
So because of the lack of people.
Okay.
So you need people for organizing such kind of contests.
This Pavullo platform is a modern platform. Or it's a long time history for gliding?
No, it's there is a long tradition, not for gliding only, but it was lost in the last of 4 decades.
Okay.
Yes. Because we don't have any town very close to this Pavullo facility. We have Bologna, we have Modena, but you need almost 1 hour to drive.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you
so,
fly,
so people they fly more of the plane, Ferrara, for instance, or they fly in Toscana. And this is Apennines, Toscana Apennines, or Rieti, more close to Rome.
Mm-hmm.
We have then at the edge, at the northwest edge of the Apennines north, we have the region of Voghera, Pavia, Novi Ligure, which means about 40 kilometers north of the port of the harbor of Genova,
Mm-hmm.
in Italian. And then we fly, the most of us, glider pilots, they fly in the Alps.
Okay, so north of this area.
Yes,
much more.
completely another area.
Okay, back to the race. We can see that John Catfield had to circle and to stop now. He's on the bottom left of the screen. And we have a group which is now leading with Sebastian Kawa and Stefan Langer, the highest. And they're followed by Lukas Grabowski from Poland, Hermann Leuker from Germany. Eric Borgman was able to join this group, but he's a bit lower also. And they are entering this difficult area in the vicinity of these long valleys with highways connecting Bologna to Florence here. So they are here. They are just before this valley, and they will join where Sebastian Kawa made a nice move yesterday. So we were expecting some difficulties in this area, and this is a bit difficult. And they are on the left part of the screen. You can see the deep valley before joining the next
They will
peaks.
try to reach this ridge.
Yeah, so we want to go through a pass in the next 3-4 minutes. So
You see the lake.
And you see the lake on the left of a group. Yes,
And
exactly.
then the ridge.
So Sebastian Kawa is leading with Stefan Langer in the overall score, but there are also these 2 pilots leading on the day now after a really bad start for the two pilots, especially for Sebastian Kawa. But he was able to reach back the leads now, and Sebastian knows from the experience of yesterday where it was a good spot to gain energy and to come back. So I think he has a clear view for now and an idea behind the head, where to go, and all the pilots, they also check his flight from yesterday, and everybody is expecting the same. Yes, let's go back to this spot and get energy from this. Now I think they are circling. Yes, Sebastian is circling left, Stefan Langer is joining, Lukas Grabowski on Papa is joining, Hermann Leuker from Germany, Juliet Golf, Eric Baumann from Netherlands also. John Catfield is a bit behind, but he's also joining this group. So for now, the lead is in between these pilots. They want to climb the best they can. Nobody wants to make a clear decision. I take the lead now because we are really close to the finish. And they know that there are still some difficulties between their position and the finish, so it's not a good time. So let's tame down a bit the speed and just gather altitude and energy. Behind them, you have a group with Juan Lima, so Gil Navas, and Marek Savcuk from Poland. Sri Victor Tilo Ligaos is also a bit behind, but with a safe altitude of 1,400 meters. So all these pilots will try to join this group. Peter Krojeric on the 12 is also from Czech Republic, is also a bit behind, self-altitude, 1,300 meters. And you try to join this circling group with the leading group. So Sebastian Kawa is reaching now 1,500 meters. And the average speed from the start to where they are now is 106 kilometers per hour. So it's a bit faster from a few minutes ago, but it will not be a rush for now. They still have to invest a bit of time before reaching the third turn point, turn point 3, and then thinking about coming back. The last leg will be 62 kilometers.
Yes, but they have still to fly about 30 kilometers. So the distance left is roughly about 90 kilometers.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
So I would say 40, 45 minutes if there is, without any surprise, yeah. If the weather is not
and
changing
we
a
have
lot.
some pilots back from in the area of Pavullo. So Alberto Cironi, and I think Mike Young also is also close to the airfield. So these pilots for sure, they consult. And yeah, Mike Young has landed on the airfield. So back to the leading group, Stefan Langer and Sebastian Kawa. I think Sebastian took the decision to take a bit of time more. And Stefan Langer is making the lead for now with Luka Grabowski from Poland. Giorgio Galetto is here, but I think he's a bit lower as Hermann Leuker, and Sebastian Kawa is in the middle of a group, perhaps starting to try to manage a bit the group and race and not take the lead too early to make no risk. Yankee Oscar, so John Gatfield from UK is also there, Eric Borgman, and Gil Navasic joining behind, but a bit lower. So Stefan Langer is making a bit of, following perhaps a line of energy, or he wants to join the highest peaks. It's not so high in this area, but the highest to go to the next turn point. Sebastian Kawa is hesitating behind. He seems to go to the right with the rest of the group. We'll see that in a few seconds. If really Stefan Langer is going to much further to the left of the screen or not. So for now, there is no advantage taken by any of these pilots except a bit of extra altitude for Stefan Langer and for Sebastian Kawa, who managed to reach back their leading group, flying higher, investing a bit more on the highest peaks on this leg to the turn point 3. So still 85 kilometers to do for this Grand Prix on this race 3, and I think there are like 20 kilometers to the turn point, even a bit less. Yeah, so 18.8. Oh yeah, sorry, there is a lot of information on the bottom and too much information for me sometimes. So yeah, 18 kilometers to do for this turn point. We know that the signal will be not so good in this area, so we are sorry, we will lose a bit.
We can ask for a webcam FUTA Pass, which is FUTA, F-U-T-A.
So Sebastian is checking if he can find a nice webcam on the FUTA Pass, which is on the highway between Bologna and Florencia.
We may have also a webcam there is a lake at the beginning of Mugello Valley, which is an artificial lake. Bilancino Lake is the name. Maybe we get an image. Yes, so this one.
Okay.
So normally we can see all the ridge in the north.
You expect that, like a bit yesterday, there will be a a westerly flow on this ridge, so they can enjoy your ridge running?
Yes.
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 Okay.
Yeah.
So Thilo made Sebastian told everybody that Thilo was making a. Yeah, it's quite blue. It's quite blue. So no clear convergence, not a lot of energy.
No.
Not so easy, and a
No,
bit of
it's
high clouds.
Almost every time it's the same.
Yeah.
Even when we have very good weather.
Okay. So this kind of air mass with a lot of moisture kills a bit the easiness to make some thermal. So, okay. So Stefan Langer made a bit of a move. He's following now the ridges. With John Gatfield a bit behind on Yankee Oscar. Sebastian Kawa made it perhaps a bit more conservative, but he wants to keep it a bit more altitude, so he's making it a bit more straight and with less detours. But we will see if the way Stefan Langer Stefan is perhaps circling now. Yeah, I think he's clearly trying to gain altitude now, but it can be difficult. We will see in the next minute if he's really climbing or not. So Stefan Langer from Germany, who is leading also the overall score, is trying to lead the race again. He's joined by John Gatfield from England and by Stefan Kawa from Poland, like also Grabowski and Papa. All these pilots will be together. Giorgio Galetto is a bit behind with Hermann Leuker from Germany. Eric Borgmann still here. And Gilles Navas at the bottom of the screen will also join a bit below this group of pilots. John Gatfield, Yankee Oscar. You can see that John Gatfield is already leaving. He's pushing. Today is my day. I can do something. I can show that I can do something. Okay, so John is trying to extract from this pack. He wants to do something, and I don't know if he saw something or he's just counting on, expecting that the ridge running will be okay. And yesterday it was really okay for Thilo to make ridge running. So if he thinks he can do the same, he can make a bit of a distance compared to the others. Giorgio Galetto is also he does not want to stop, and he's also pushing on the ridge. Grabowski from Poland and Papa is also doing the same. And now Eric Borgmann, who is a bit below, is also making the same. I think Sebastian Kawa left as for Stefan Langer. So they took a bit more energy, altitude, but now, okay, let's follow these guys. And let's run this ridge. So on this ridge, you have to imagine that normally there is a bit of flow coming from the right part of the screen, so from the west.
Correct. But normally lifts are weaker, as I said. Probably they have only Fumulus.
You say Fumulus?
Fumulus, yes. We say Fumulus.
Okay.
That's, I think, is a correct word to describe such kind of clouds. Yeah.
So we are not real nice cumulus, it's just...
Because Fumulus comes from the word of smoke. So like a light smoke. I imagine the origin of this expression.
We have a new cloud in the sky of cumulus. Let's go back to the 3D, please. We've clearly, we have poor data. We are sorry, but we can still see that Yankee Oscar, John Gatfield is leading with Sierra Lima, Stefan Langer, who is a bit higher and joining this kind of let's follow the ridge. Sebastian Kawa from Poland is just behind with Eric Borgmann also. So Stefan Langer and Sebastian Kawa are a bit higher compared to the other pilots, and they will try to keep this advantage in the next minute, because we know that the difficulty will be after reaching the turn point, no? And after making this ride again on the ridge, it will be okay, this part.
Yes, now it's okay, because they are in the basin of Mugello Valley, so they will fly back along the ridge. So
easy riding.
Okay. But then at the end, we will see what happens, because that's the crucial point.
Okay,
Futa Pass.
Futa Pass again.
again.
Back and forth.
Back
Futa
to the
Pass.
highway, Futa Pass.
Okay. So let's enjoy just, if we can go much to the altitude of the guys, so we can see really from the, I would say from the cockpit of one, not inside the cockpit because it's a bit weird, but from the cockpit view. Yes, we are in the cockpit. Yeah. Thank you, Sebastian. It's really nice. It's not a slope which is like a peak. Yeah, it's just gentle slopes, but they're okay. It's enough.
It's enough.
It's enough.
You cannot fly fast.
Mhm.
You get the energy here and there. It's a wooded mountain, so a forest.
No rocks.
No rocks. So there are rocks, but it's green. So I think that the energy is also absorbed by the
Vegetation.
vegetation.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So you can see this typical up and down, depending on where there is a bit of energy coming on the slopes. So pilots are just using this energy and also just reducing the speed to be for a longer period in this area where there is a bit of lift, and then they are pushing again and making this kind of.
So it's also to mention, as yesterday we did, this valley is very safe. So we have many outlandings fields, and there are 2 airstrips. So even if they fly much lower, let's say 600, 700, they still can gain altitude and in any way be safe for an outlanding.
But there is also a rule on these kind of slopes that if you fall a bit below one altitude, it will be more difficult. And I can see that Stefan Langer is pushing a bit compared to the others. They have a 100 meters difference. And this 100 meters difference can make it a bit different after the turn point.
Not yet, because we have some ridges, small ridges coming down. So
Okay.
probably he has some hints of clouds or small clouds in front of him. So this, you see, this kind of
foots, yeah.
ribs
Yeah.
coming out of the main ridge.
So they are perpendicular to the
Yeah,
main
perpendicular. They let some updraft coming out.
And he is not on the main ridge. I think he's a bit.
Yes, because he's exploiting this kind of
Okay.
ribs of the main ridge.
Okay. So Stefan Langer
That's normal.
is
You
joining.
don't fly exactly on the main ridge.
Okay. So Stefan Langer is now reaching the third turn point, and he has still 68 kilometers to do after this turn point. They are way below a final glide because they will have to join the area of Pavullo at a minimum altitude of 850 meters. So they are just 300 meters above this altitude, and it's impossible to make such a distance with a glider. So Stefan Langer is turning the turn point 3. He's followed by Lukas Grabowski from Poland on Papa, who is making the same altitude on turn point. Sebastian Kawa, who is also at the same altitude, is reaching now. John Gatfield, also. All these pilots are at the same altitude, which is good for us because we have some action coming in the next minute for sure. But first, we will enjoy again to ride these slopes with no big problems. But yeah, we know where the problem will be in the next minutes. So John Gatfield is turning, Giorgio Caleto and Marek Savsuk from Poland also turning. Hermann Leuker from Germany turning the turn point. Turn point 3. We are close to Borgo San Lorenzo Valley, and this is a valley they know because they made it yesterday with a much lower altitude, so no stress for the pilots. Eric Borgman is now joining.
So Borgo San Lorenzo is the main or the biggest village in this valley. And it's also to mention that we have a race ring, Autodromo, and for racing cars and motorbike, which is well known throughout the world for their races. Maybe we get a picture of it. I don't know.
Well, we showed yesterday the racing.
We showed
circuit.
yesterday,
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, many nice place in this area again for whatever the sport you like, or if you like also some the old stones, the castle and everything. You have a lot of things to enjoy in this area of the Apennines. So clear for now. Stefan Langer was he took this. Okay, let's push now a bit. Let's show them a bit. I'm the showman, and he's followed by Lukas Krapowski from Poland and Sebastian Kawa, sorry, from Poland also. Stefan Langer is flying lower than the others. There is, when you fly along these kind of slopes, okay, what is the best altitude? You have to be below the slope, you have to be just above, or you can be 200 meters above?
If the cloud base is not very high, which means roughly about 1500, 1600, then anyway you don't fly below the ridge.
Okay.
You remain steady on that altitude above the ridge. That's normally what the people do.
Just above?
Just above. A little bit to the west.
Okay. So
to the southwest.
Okay.
Because the valley is...
Not directly on the ridge?
Not direct on the ridge.
Just in the wind of a ridge?
Yes.
And a bit above?
This is my experience mostly. But not too much low.
But if you fly
I
higher,
flew many times with Thomas, sometimes
Yeah.
here. Thomas, his attitude is to fly very low. Sometimes he picks more energy, but I would say
Many
it's
times no.
no, but in average it's better to fly a bit higher.
Okay, we can see
A
Thilo
bit higher, a
is
bit.
using exactly this kind of bandwidth. Just at the same
I can
altitude
say
as the
they
top
are a
end.
little bit aggressive here.
Okay. Yeah. You have to imagine also that the flow, which is going above the slope like this, so the wind is coming from the bottom right of the screen, and it's
Yes.
blowing up like this, and then it's going down behind the slope. And oh yeah, we have some gliders coming the other way. But this kind of wind, if you are higher than 100 meters above
Now the problem
slope,
is
it's not
if
going good.
you miss thermal, then you reach footer pass too low.
Okay.
And then you spend more time in finding and then climbing. So it's better to maximize the risk and slow down, stay a little bit higher.
So you have more choice coming.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so Stefan Langer is now climbing. So he decided to stop because he knows that what is coming next will be a bit technical. So it's time to gain a bit of altitude. He's joined by Lukas Krapowski from Poland and Sebastian Kawa from Poland also will join in the next few seconds. Giorgio Galetto is still here. As for, I think Eric Borgman must be here. John Gatfield for sure is in this chasing group. So yeah, Stefan Langer, 1170 meters. Krapowski, 1170 meters. And I think Sebastian Kawa is at the same altitude, 1170 meters. So all these pilots are together. Giorgio Galetto is joining now. Hermann Leuker from Germany. John Gatfield from UK and Thilo Holligaus from Germany. We have a nice finish coming because we can see that all these pilots, nobody made any difference for now. They are all together quite the same altitude.
Yeah. I've seen from the list that we never saw Golf Tango.
No. Okay, tracker issue. We don't know where is.
Okay, because I don't see any data from him since a while.
I don't know if we can check on the normal. Oh yeah, and we have a picture. We have a picture from John Gatfield again. Thank you, John. This is Monte Cimone. I think so.
It seems to be.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So it was a while ago on the third leg after they passed the Monte Cimone. So and it was just the altitude of Cumulus was grabbing a bit the top of Monte Cimone. Yeah.
So in fact, they climbed only 2,100 maximum.
Yeah, not maximum. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So again, if you join us now, we are in this third race of this final Grand Prix in Pavullo, Italy. This is Series 11, and we are with leading group of this race. They made already more than 250 kilometers. There are still 57 kilometers to do. And they are now in this area where we had so many problems from day one with this this valley, this deep valley, which is making a bit of problem for the pilots. So Thilo Hollegaus he decided to push now and to make it much more ridge running and to go perhaps where the spot of Sebastian from yesterday. We will see that in the next minutes. Juliet Golf Eric Bogman on the bottom left of the screen is also making the same ID. Let's go further and push a bit, and let's go to this spot to gain altitude and go back to the area of Pavullo. And clearly we have a group which was a leading group a few minutes ago, which is now gaining energy. And I see that Grabowski, I think, is leaving now this thermal. Yes. So all these pilots from this thermal at the bottom of the screen, they are now with the idea to leave.
So probably what they need in terms of altitude, probably 400 meters, 350 meters for final to Pavullo. What do you think?
After the next turn point?
Yeah, because they have about 55 kilometers left.
So you need 1,500 meters, which is...
I mean, they have already 1,500.
Plus altitude of the airfield, which is a lot. Yeah. So for now, it's impossible for them to make a final glide. But we don't know
if they have 300
line
meters.
of energy. This is there. The life will be completely different after this pass.
Sorry, can you say again?
The life will be different after this pass. There will be a new air mass after this pass.
Yes, I think, yes.
Yeah. So perhaps we will be able to gather line of energy after this pass.
Maybe they are climbing now? No.
Yeah, they're climbing, yeah. Thilo has gained 200 meters. So Lukas Grabowski is a bit above. But Thilo made a good move because it's a strong thermal. Giorgio Galetto is joining now. Hermann Leuker, Sebastian Kawa. Stefan Langer is a bit just behind Sebastian Kawa. It's really, really interesting to see that now. And John Gatfield, our flying reporter, is still there. They want to pass this Fulda not so low, clearly. Nobody wants to go.
No, they know they have to climb at least 1,600 if they can. It depends on cloud base.
Okay.
And then they will jump over direction Suviana and Brasimone Lake, probably. If they get more altitude, they could fly straight.
So 1,600 and the race is almost over?
No, I would say the jump is easy now.
Yeah.
Easy, will be easy if they reach 1,600.
Okay, so 54 kilometers to do. And we bet that if they can reach 1,600, they will go through this pass, because it will be easy to catch the next thermal on the next slopes. But nobody wants to really go. I think nobody wants to make a mistake now in this group.
No, because
it's just, after you. Each turn is after you.
After you.
Yeah, we're really gentlemen now.
Check, and I will come.
Yeah, it's nice to see. And Juliet Golf, so Eric Borgman is also joining this group from quite high. It's good. You can see the fun on the middle of the screen now. He's late, so don't focus on him for now. He's completely out of a race. Oh, Lukas Ndarzik had a bit of a problem, I think, because he's dropping back off his leading group from a while. And still Didier Haus has also a bit struggle, I think, in the third leg. Let's go back to the leading group, please, which will be really
almost
interesting.
1,600.
Yeah, I want to see when the first is leaving. It's always the key. Who is leaving first, and at what altitude, and where do they go?
As you see, they have in front of them a very, it's not a valley, but a wide area without a main ridge in the middle.
You think you will follow the green ridge? We can see?
They will probably follow the ridge.
Lukas Grabowski.
Yes.
1,600. Congratulations, Stefano. You think they have something they can hear in the live? So they know it's time to go?
No, I don't.
Okay, so Lukas Grabowski left the thermal, the first. He wants to show something also today. He was a bit, coming before this Grand Prix, he had a lot of doubt. I had the opportunity to talk to Lucas, and he was, I don't know the place. I know it's can be difficult for outlanding, so he was really, I come really relaxed, and I will watch the first few days, and perhaps after the first few days, I will show that I can do something. So here comes Lukas Grabowski. He's really nice, new generation pilot, so around 30 years old. This is a sport where you need to gather a lot of experience before picking your results. So he's in this kind of nice positive move, and he flies a lot with Sebastian Kawa. So yeah, on the right of the screen, we have a goal arrival height. So mainly these numbers you can see on the top of the screen, table on the right of the screen, is the altitude missing based on a single number, which is the not the best glide ratio, but a glide ratio we know that the pilots are normally using. So I think it's around 35:1 glide ratio. And based on this table and this calculation, we're still missing 870 meters for the best pilots with the best energy for now. This does not mean that the guy on the top of this table will be the first to reach the finish line, but he is in the best position to reach it according to the total energy.
So it doesn't mean that they have to climb that altitude, or
no,
because they can glide in.
They can gather energy just by gliding sometimes.
Exactly, along the cloud. Let's say what we call cloud streets.
And now it's interesting because we can see that the fun, which is completely out of a race now, but is climbing, and it makes some appeal to Grabowski to go to this place. And we have completely different ideas from John Gatfield and from Stefan Langer. And I believe, I'm not sure it was a good idea for these pilots to go to the left part of the screen, because I can see some nice ridges with John Gatfield and Stefan Langer on the right part of the screen, which are at least the same appeal from the cockpit to go further and find nice thermals, but we will see. So Grabowski, Stefan Kawa, the Polish pilots, they took the decision to go to this area to gain a bit of altitude, but I'm not sure it will be the best idea of the day. We will see that. Many pilots will follow these two pilots. Also, Sri Victor Thilo Ligaus is there. And on the right part of the screen, we have a completely different idea with John Gatfield and Stefan Langer, who took the decision to go a bit further to the north and to check for the next spot
I think Sierra Lima and Yankee Oscar made a good choice, because they're trying to get the most out of the reach. Probably the other group is facing some clouds because the energy is very close to the reach here.
Okay, so after just 1 or 2 turns, Papa Grabowski and Sri Victor Thilo Ligaus, they decided to go to the next thermal. And exactly, I think they will join together with this group with Stefan Langer. Stefan Langer is a bit in the middle. I know that sometimes it's difficult to, it's nice on the right, it's nice on the left, and you are stuck in the middle. And you can't take a decision in the cockpit. But stress can come, and it's difficult.
Because he's facing this ridge. This one is going the other one. So.
Okay, so each pilot now has one ridge to follow. So Yankee Oscar on the right, Stefan Langer in the middle, and the group of Lukas Grabowski and Thilo Ligaus on the left part of the screen. They are all reaching this peak, which is a nice one, no? I think on the southwest part of this peak, it's nice. It's like a bowl, something like this.
Yes, like a theater.
A theater, yeah. So this can make all the air sucking from different areas, and at the end it goes to one point on the ridge.
Yeah, so they may fly the ridge, so always straight, gaining altitude.
Yeah, and it seems Grabowski is pulling now 1,460 meters, and Stefan Langer is much lower. He's even trying to circle, but we have a bit of data which are not so secure. Sri Victor is here, but I know that Thilo will just pull and go. I think he will try to push and extract from the group because he knows it's the moment. Perhaps you can win by just pushing and pushing. Yankee Oscar, John Catfield on the right part of the screen made a different way, and we will see if it pays off in the next minutes. But for now, Stefan Langer is lower now than the group. He lost a lot of places.
Yes, because
which means points.
jumping from one slope, one ridge to the other one, he lost some altitude. And we can't see, but we are very close to Brasimone Lake, which is behind the table of data.
Just after Yankee Oscar on the right, yeah, there is a lake.
There is a lake, yes.
So Yankee Oscar is much more to the north in the foothills of this.
So Yankee Oscar is not in a really good position. So it's not sunside. It's not generally there are no good lifts in that area. You should fly as the group is doing,
and then they follow
flying
the ridge.
all around.
Okay.
Yes.
So Stefan Langer on the screen now, who knows that perhaps I made a not so nice move because now I'm a bit behind and a bit below, and we are really close to the final glide. So it will be really interesting if he is able to recover and find a nice lift to be able to catch up this group, which is now a bit in front of him. We are clearly in what we call the money time. It's every move you make now can cost you, or you can gain a lot just by one move, one decision.
It may be he couldn't reach the next ridge over the top.
Oh, it's so high?
I could. Yeah, it's high.
We check
while the group is a bit higher.
We check the altitude with.
So you may imagine that he has to glide over there, losing altitude. You see?
Yeah.
If you can't pass, then you are stuck.
Okay.
If you can't cross over.
But he's expecting to still have a bit of wind blowing in this area.
Now he's trying. Yeah, now he's trying.
He's pulling now, gaining altitude, and the group is now stopping for circling.
Stopping. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Finally, this is the spot, clearly. So again, you have to imagine that the wind is coming from the left part of the screen, and also the sun is coming from the left part of the screen. So it's exactly one point which is really nice with this peak. Yeah.
It's exactly where yesterday Kawa made the difference.
Yeah. And you have exactly the arrows which Sebastian is making now. It's just to show you that you have also a lot of air, clear air, which can come to this peak because it's higher and he has this kind of small valleys coming from the left part of the screen. So he has clear air which can come to this area to be sucked by the sun, which is making a lot of heat on these rocks.
So, but they couldn't climb well. Probably
not so good, yeah.
They had no good vario. Even the spot, it's an hot spot. They are Abima Lake Suviana. And they may try the next ridge.
And there is also the influence of Thilo, who is pushing. So they saw him pushing.
Yeah,
so perhaps
yes,
they say, if we wait too much, Thilo is in the right mood, and it will be difficult to catch him up. So Thilo Ligaus leading. I think John Catfield will have a bit of struggle on the right part of the screen. He's lower and lower, and he has not clear slopes below him to help him a bit to gain energy. But perhaps he will gain some confluence wind. I don't know. We will see. Thilo Ligaus is leading this group, and he's with Eric Borgman, Grabowski, Sebastian Kawa is here, Marek Savczuk, so all the three pilots from Poland are here. Giorgio Galetto is here also, Hermann Leuker. So we'll have a nice finish with this group, I think, in the next minutes. We have still 37 kilometers to do.
Maybe we get another webcam. You don't have any. So Porretta could be Porretta.
Porretta. With 2 R.
80.
So Sebastian is checking if he can get a webcam so we can see if there is a line of energy somewhere around. So you are in this race 3 of this 11th series final Grand Prix in Pavullo. And we are in the, not the last leg, because there is a really last small leg. It's just a control point, and then there are 6 kilometers to do. So we are, normally the job is done before, we hope for them. And we are now with a leading group, with Thilo Ligaus leading and pushing on these hills.
So only 35 kilometers
Yes,
left.
yes.
So that means they are very close to final glide. Huh?
They are very close, yeah. But
Very
still, they have
close.
to cross the finish line at 850 meters.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
If they
can see
can glide.
on the right part of
well,
the screen. Yeah, you can see how much they miss.
This is theory, but if they have some clouds, they can do better.
Yeah, and they gain energy just by making 3 turns. One time they stop, second time they make 2 circles.
Yeah.
So 300 meters, just by doing three circles is it's not possible. So definitely they are finding some energy.
Yeah.
Sebastian Kawa is failing a bit, trailing behind. I hope that he has not to perhaps drop the water a few minutes ago, because he was in a struggle. So perhaps he had to drop some water, and now he's struggling a bit because his wing loading is lower. So perhaps it's difficult for him to follow this group. So we have Sebastian Cava, second on the overall score. And Thilo Ligaus is still leading this group, the leading group. We see also John Gatfield on the right part of the screen, which is perhaps, yeah, nice view. Thank you, Sebastian, with Thilo Ligaus, Grabowski, and Borgman also chasing Thilo. All these pilots, they have a lot of training in the Alps and in the mountain of the Tatras from Poland. So they know how to make this kind of push and pull on the slopes. Giorgio Galetto is here. Marek Savzuk is here. Hermann Leuker is still here also. Thilo enjoying this kind of slopes. It's not easy because you don't want to go to the other side of this slope.
Yes, because this side of the Apennines, at this altitude, at this time of the day, is not really good.
Not powerful.
No. They are trying to extend their range of their glide, but with losing the minimum of altitude. But
they need something
it's
now.
It's not the place where you really can find good lifts.
Thilo will try perhaps to circle now.
I would say he's a little bit desperate. I don't think it's a good thermal. I may be wrong, but
we will see in
I
few
don't
seconds,
expect
yeah.
much. Yeah. But because he's low, he has to try.
No alternative.
No.
So everybody will try to join. When you see also the...
Because you see in front of him at 1 o'clock, it means right inside of the screen, there is another ridge.
It's gentle ridge.
It's a gentle ridge. And you have to cross it. And this is, if I well remember, Belvedere ridge.
Again?
Again.
Okay, we will let this group for a few seconds. I just want to check for John Gatfield, yeah. Because he's reaching now this gentle slope and
So yesterday, they were again exactly in 1 second in the middle over that ridge.
Okay. At this altitude?
Yes, they reached at about 1,100 yesterday.
It's much lower now.
And on that climb, some pilots, some racers made a difference.
Yeah. Some.
Exactly Kawa.
Yeah, exactly Kawa.
Reaching that point at about 200 meters higher than the other competitors.
So Kawa and the other pilots, they know that they don't want to be low on this ridge. It will be difficult.
And Yankee Oscar has already reached that area.
But he's much lower, 900 meters. And he's struggling a bit, yeah.
Yes, but he will find some.
So Stefan Langer, as usual, is making a bit different. He's at 1,300 meters, so he invests a bit of time behind to climb and climb and climb, and he wants to make it more straight and also a bit further from the main foothills to have more space below him, to have more choices at the end, I think. And he's one Lima also from France. Gilles Navas is just behind Stefan at the same altitude, 1,350 meters. And these guys, they want to have much more possibilities, perhaps. So they wanted to invest a bit of time. And now Thilo is climbing good, reaching 1,450 meters. He's just short of 150 meters as a total energy to be able to make a final glide. But also we know that in the cockpit they have some flame system, so I think Thilo, if he is able to gain a bit more, knowing that everybody is below, he will stay a bit in the thermic. We will see that. Yankee Oscar is now struggling a lot.
So he couldn't climb, yes. And this is very gentle slope. He has to fly around to reach the other valley.
So John flying.
Can you see how gentle?
Oh yeah, this does not help at all.
Yeah, no.
You need more angle.
Yes.
This is too flat.
He's quite desperate there.
Yeah. Let's go back to the, I would say, the leading group now with Thilo Ligaos. We are with Stefan Langer, who is making a bit different for now, still high enough, but we know that he does not want to be so low in this area. We know that John Gatfield is struggling now. Oh, Sebastian Kawa pushed. Ooh. Yeah. He pushed the same way John Gatfield is making, and I'm not sure it was a good move.
It isn't a good move, I think. But what is heading Sierra Lima, Stefan Langer, I think, could be a good option. He's exactly there. That ridge, that small ridge is a good one normally.
With small bump going to the main ridge?
Yes.
Okay. But he's flying 144 km per hour, so it's almost the max glide ratio.
And it is exactly there where Kava yesterday climbed so good. So and there are nearby 2 outlandable fields, so it's always very safe again in this area.
So Thilo is still climbing, just 70 meters short of final glide based on the calculation of the computer we have here. But still climbing and climbing. It seems to be quite weak now, but you want to keep it. He needs 40 meters more. I think
probably also the day is a little bit dying, so the energy left in the air is slowly less and less.
Wow, Yankee Oscar is really low.
Yeah.
And Sebastian Kawa will have the same problem, I think. Let's go back to Stefan Langer. So we'll see if Stefan is able to join something on this small ridge.
The altitude is good for getting a lift.
Kind of same altitude as Kawa had, and Thilo left now, followed by Eric Borgman. They think they can perhaps make it with a bit of help from some line of energy. We will see that. For now, it's not gliding so good, but we'll see in the next
I think also
minutes.
Yankee is in a good position behind Juliet Golf. We can't see, but he should be.
John Gatfield is now... Sebastian Kawa seems to find something. And John Gatfield also, they are in the same spot. Even if they are not in the same circle, but you can imagine that at this altitude you have some boiling things, some bubbles, and we will see in the next minute if they are able to catch these bubbles and gain energy. Let's go back to Thilo Ligaos perhaps, and Giorgio Galeto, because we think they are the guys on the final glide now. So Giorgio Galeto is way behind, but he seems to have a lot of energy also, and Thilo seems to be in a good spot for now. He's followed by Eric Borgman from Netherlands, Lukas Grabowski from Poland, Hermann Leuker from Germany, and Giorgio Galeto from Italy. All these pilots seems to be really close to, okay, I just need to glide, I do my best, I don't fly so fast for now, but it should be okay. Yankee Oscar is now recovering, as I think Sierra, Sebastian Cava, and I think all the group of Thilo is chasing now and they will arrive a bit above these two pilots. And we have Stefan Langer and Gilles Navas from France together on the spot of yesterday.
Yes, but probably
It's weak.
it's
really
weak.
Yeah,
I would
it's really
say maximum 1 meter per second average, maximum.
so difficult. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's go back to Thilo, and they will arrive in a few seconds above the circle of John Gatfield and Sebastian Cava.
Yeah, Sebastian Cava and Yankee Oscar, they are fighting to get altitude.
Yeah, difficult. Yeah,
Yeah.
very difficult. But now it's climbing. I think if we check the data from Sebastian, perhaps we can have average
Yes,
value.
in 1 minute 30 seconds, he gained about 50 meters. It's not really much.
And now it's okay. Now it's okay. Now it starts to be okay. But it was difficult. He lost time to make this
Yes.
centering of the bubble.
Yeah, but even is so
So joining from above is
probably
Thilo
there
Ligaus.
is a little cloud.
Yeah,
Probably,
they were aiming for something for sure.
yes.
And Thilo
It means
seems to
really
be,
the day is dying.
Yeah.
Because of this diversion.
Okay, so now Thilo is above the final glide. He has 50 meters extra altitude and energy, and Eric Borgman seems to be also on the final glide. We will see that if they really want to circle or if they just pull and push. Don't forget that between these pilots and the final, there are some ridges. So we have to think about extra altitude to make it above these ridges with no issue, not
Yes,
waiting
yes.
time.
So Thilo and
Eric
Borgman,
Borgman.
they want to be sure to be on
Yeah.
top.
And they know the story now. I think they know. Perhaps they don't know about Juan Lima and Stefan Langer because they are a bit further, but they know that these guys below, okay, we made it. It's okay. We made the job, and they have no way they can win. But still, we can win. Certainly, we will. 90% we will win. But now we need to be sure that we can join the finish line. So again, I think big smiley face in the cockpit for these guys. Sri Victor, Thilo Ligaus, Eric Borgman from Netherlands. We have Giorgio Galetto from Italy. We have Lukas Grabowski from Poland. We have Marek Savsuk. Marek will be really happy, I think. He was in this morning, just before taking off with an interview with Claire. He was clearly in a learning curve in this area, so it will be a relief also for him. But he can get a nice day. And Eric Borgman is leaving, and Thilo Ligaus, he chooses to make it, okay, today I will manage. So Eric, just go, and I will follow you with extra altitude. So these two guys, it's in between these two guys, I think, for the finish, except if Golf Tango made something really nice today, but we don't have any data from Thomas Gostner. We are sorry. We have to fix this. But clearly, Thilo Ligaus and Eric Borgman, this will be between these two guys in the live. The finish line is the red thing.
Let's check the speed of Sri Victor to see if they are
They are flying fast.
in a comfort final glide or not.
2010.
What do you say?
2010. They are pushing.
They are pushing,
they are
so
pushing.
it means
It means also perhaps they have
it's
some
done.
clouds.
Yeah.
So we know they can bounce and bounce and bounce at high speed.
But you see, there is the ridge in front of them.
So Thilo is.
So there are
1000
many obstacles.
Yeah, it's okay at this altitude now. 1,500 meters, and Eric Borgman is almost 60 meters below, so he knows it will be not an advantage at all when they need to push at the end. Giorgio Galetto is behind, I think, with Lukas Grabowski. Perhaps we can check Stefan Langer if he's okay now and he's gaining altitude, or if he's still struggling on this area. Well, it's difficult. No, they did not gain any altitude. 1,100 meters. Very difficult. And then we can go back to Sebastian Cava and John Gatfield to just check if they are now in a good position for a final glide also. Yeah, still circling. Still circling. So they are now clearly back to this leading group. They should get some points, but not as much as they want. Let's go back to Thilo and Eric Borgman now. Still just 13 kilometers to do, and still 100 meters advantage for Thilo. I think they're happy. They're not
piece
pushing.
of cake now for
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, they must be happy. They must be really happy. So it's a bit weird because you can see that they will reach the finish line before reaching the turn point. So we'll have to make a U-turn. I'm sorry. This is the design of the race, and we're not expecting they were making this route at the end. But it is what it is. So don't expect that they will reach the finish line. I know that it's a good thing because everybody on the ground on Pavullo Airfield can see them crossing now here and going to the turn point and then coming back. So it's a nice view for the people on the ground. Thank you, pilots, for this spectacle. It's really nice.
So we have the view of Pavullo Airfield and Pavullo town. They have just to glide to the ceramic industry area and then back to Pavullo Airfield.
So turn point is called Mirage.
Mirage is a company, is an international company, a big one. They are producer or manufacturer of ceramic.
Okay.
High quality ceramic for interiors, for many purposes, but mainly for interiors.
Okay, so this is the final glide for Sri Victor, Thilo Legaus, and Eric Borgman. So Thilo from Germany and Eric from Netherlands.
And all this area is higher than the airfield. The airfield, we have to remind, is in a basin, and it is roughly 700 meters high above sea level.
And the third point is 720, so 40 meters more.
40 meters more, yes.
So Thilo will reach...
But it's unlandable again.
Yeah, again, yeah. That's why we are making this kind of control points in after that it's really safe. We can glide to the airfield. So Thilo is reaching the control point. He will turn left in, I think, all right, we'll see. He's making a left turn, yeah. So Thilo Legaus first on this control point. He has 6 kilometers to do, and he seems to be with no problem for energy. He has much more than needed. Eric Borgman is now also turning his turn point. Don't make it too short, guys. Oh, Eric. He has a bit of a doubt, Eric. Oh,
He has some doubts. Get any?
Did I made it? Oh, yeah. He has to invest a bit more. Whoa.
Yes, but anyway, it will be second. So there is no change in points in the final result of
but it costs
the
a lot
race.
To miss a point. I think it's 3 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really expensive. So you have to. It's much better to make a. Okay, I make it again. They are followed by Yankee, Giorgio Galetto, and Papa, so Lucas Krapowski. There will be a tight finish, I think, between these two pilots. It will be very interesting. Okay, so nice finish for sure. We will follow Thilo and Eric Borgman. They must not go below 850 meters. Even between the control points, and this is the live, we are just a few seconds late on the 3D, so it's normal. Must be Thilo making his landing. Congratulations. I would say congratulations, boss, because he's my boss. Congratulations, Thilo. Must be really happy. He will have some question with Claire. Bit bumpy, but that's good. Let's go back to the 3D, please. So Thilo crossing the finish line, and then I think with no penalty, 850 meters was the minimum. Happy pilots. And then we go to Eric Borgman from Netherlands. Also crossing with no problem for altitude, so it will be easy. I will release you, yeah. Thank you again, Stefano, for all your help. It was really fun and
See you
interesting.
tomorrow.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Ciao, Stefano.
We are waiting to be on a live. Maybe.
So Eric Borgman crossing the line now. We will follow this the next two pilots, because there is a tight finish between Giorgio Galetto, so Eric Borgman, no problem for altitude, should be okay.
I think
we don't expect any penalty. And we
wish.
go back to Giorgio Galetto and Lukasz Grabowski. We will have Claire with winner in few seconds, sorry, but first we need to check for the final from Giorgio Galetto. Oh yeah, and Giorgio, I think, will be clear winner between the two, and is safe also for altitude.
Such a good race.
So Giorgio Galetto must be third and Lucas fourth. And we can go to Claire with an interview of the winner.
Yeah. Thilo, congratulations. It was such a good race. You were pushing so much, but you fall back at mid-race. How did you come up after that?
Well, I was, at the beginning, it really went very good. And as you said, suddenly the weather got very strange. We got all low, we had to use the ridge. And I was a little bit afraid to use the ridge circling. So I made 8, I lost a lot. And just a few hundred meters were missing to make it over the ridge to a better place. So then I fall completely out and I had to do something else. The big pack, the fast pack, they went southeast of Girone, and I flew the Cloud Street on the left, which worked okay. And then I could finally, we saw coming further to the east that the weather was deteriorating. We all slowed down, and that was a little bit my luck, because then, of course, I could catch up. And then the ridge was working again, not as good as yesterday. It was about 15 kph wind, but it was enough to keep the altitude, so kept on pushing. And finally, at the last turn point, I was almost with the pack. And so coming back, I just tried to push again on the ridge, and that was quite good. And eventually, the pack started circling in a okay thermal, and I took all risk and continued to fly, and I found an even better thermal, and that was it at the end. Yeah.
Congratulations. It was such a good race.
Thank you.
It was Thilo Holigaus and Sri Victor winning today's race.
Okay, we are back to the studio, and we had some technical issue, I'm sorry, today with Thomas Gostner, Golf Tango was missing on the tracking, and also November Bravo. You saw perhaps before the start or just after the start, we had some glitches with information data from November Bravo. And good news for November Bravo, I'm sorry we were not able to follow him, but he finished second. So he was between Thilo and Eric Borgman. There was one guy, and this guy is Maximilian Seys. And it's exactly in line with what was the discussion with Claire in the morning, because Maximilian was clearly talking, okay, today I need to show something. So I'm sorry, he did not show during the show, but he finished finally second, and so he will give her 8 points for today and Thilo 10. So it's quite a reshuffle. I did not check for now the overall score. Preliminary, again, we need to check every flight with the referee to check if there is any penalties to apply. But it will be quite a reshuffle, because I don't see Stefan Langer in the points. I see Sebastian Kawa in really little points if he has some. But these guys, which were in the middle of the pack in the overall score, so like Thilo, which was okay, Maximilian Seys, which was also okay, Eric Borgman, which was a bit below. But all these guys, we will now be close and really close to Stefan Langer with 18 points. I don't think there will be a change in the overall score as a leader for Stefan Langer. He will still perhaps be the leader, but it will be a lot of pilots altogether. And I would not have bet in the morning about this, but we always we don't pay them to do something, but we always it would be nice to have them all together with the same amount of points for the last day. And I think we will have this kind of a story for tomorrow. It will be like everybody will be packed together, and then you have to do the job, guys. You have to show that who is the best, and we are here to show who is the best pilot for this Grand Prix. Thank you for following this event in Pavullo. It's really nice again. We talked a bit about the culture here and the tourism, and thank you, Stefano, for this. He's not just keen for gliding, is a world champion, Stefano. I have to tell you, he's one of the best pilots around the world, and he's just next to me. And we are talking about the tactics and the techniques of the pilots, and it's really interesting. Again, because just the local knowledge makes everything much more alive. And so thank you, Stefano, for this. René was with us to talk about the rules a bit and how it works, and perhaps some next championship in Chile, so we will enjoy this. Again, if you have any question, we try to make this question in the lines when we have some interview with pilots, so please don't be shy. Even what you think is a basic question is always a good question, because it reminds also us about what to talk about the basic, and it's important. And so follow us on this SGP Final 23.sgp.aero. This is the official website with every information. You follow us on YouTube and the different social media channels. And again, thank you for coming and enjoying with us this kind of championships with the best pilots around the world. And we see you tomorrow for the last race, and I think it will be a really tight race for tomorrow. Have a good, nice evening, and see you tomorrow.